Good morning all. So, I have to tell you regarding two important personalities before we proceed to extremists. One is about Dadabhai Naoroji. Another one is about Gopal Krishna Gokhale. So, once we discuss that, we can advance to, even Firoz Shah Mehta. Okay. So, quickly jot down. So, Dadabhai Naoroji, founder of the organization, what was it? East India Association, right now. Founder of East India Association. Which year? 1866. Okay. And then authored the Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Authored the book Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. And what did that book give? The concept of drain of wealth. Concept of drain of wealth. Okay. Next thing, he also published a Parsi newspaper called as Rasht Guftar. Parsi newspaper, Rasht Guftar. Okay. He presided the session of INC thrice. Calcutta, Lahore, Calcutta. 1886, 1893, 1906. Presided the session of INC thrice. 1886 Calcutta, 1883 Lahore, 1906 again Calcutta. Fine. So, was the first Indian to be elected as the member of British Parliament. First Indian to be elected as the member of British Parliament. From Salisbury province, from Salisbury constituency. Not only Indian, first Asian. Okay. So, Dadabhai Naoroji. So, these are the things about him. Then write down about Firoz Shah Mehta. Firoz Shah Mehta. Known as father of Bombay Municipal Corporation. Known as father of Bombay Municipal Corporation. Published the newspaper Bombay Chronicle. Published the newspaper Bombay Chronicle. Served as the Chancellor of Bombay University. Sorry, Vice Chancellor of Bombay University. Served as Vice Chancellor of Bombay University. Okay. Served as the member of Bombay Legislative Council and also Imperial Legislative Council. Served as a member of Bombay Legislative Council and also Imperial Legislative Council. Bombay Legislative Council and also Imperial Legislative Council. And next point, he led first ever walkout. He led first ever walkout in the history of Indian Parliament. He led the first ever walkout in the history of Indian Parliament. Now it's a common phenomenon. Back then it was very rare. Okay. First ever walkout. Okay. So this is about Firoz Shah Mehta and Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Please write down. So what do you know about him? Mentor of Gandhi, and then presided the Banaras session of 1905. Presided the Banaras session of 1905. Member of both Bombay and Imperial Legislative Council. Member of both Bombay and Imperial Legislative Council, where he demanded the abolition of salt tax. Second point, reduction of taxes on cotton goods manufactured in India. Reduction of taxes on cotton goods manufactured in India. Third point, free primary education. Free primary education for Indians in 1910. Free primary education for Indians in 1910. Next point, Indianization of civil services. He demanded all these things. Indianization of civil services. Okay. So close all these points. As a member, he demanded all these things. Legislative Council. Apart from that, he founded Servants of India Society. He founded Servants of India Society. So what was Servants of India Society? Objective, it is a PYQ. Right on, founded in 1904. To prepare the volunteers for the service of the nation. To prepare the volunteers for the service of the nation. Okay. So it was not a religious or organization of that nature. It was totally a secular organization built to prepare volunteers for the service of the nation. Okay. Fine. So this is about Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Now we will enter into the chapter of extremists. Okay. Extremists are also known as what? Militant nationalists. Militant nationalists. So what is their philosophy? You already know. Boycott, passive resistance, and then Swaraj. Swaraj means self-rule. Self-rule. And there was one thing like self-rule under British or without British, that differed from leader to leader. Aurobindo Ghosh told self-rule under no one, we are going to be an independent country. Tilak told self-rule under British. Understood? So the interpretation of Swaraj differed from one extremist leader to another. So there was no uniform definition of Swaraj. The interpretation differed from leader to leader. Okay. So when was the first time INC defined Swaraj? 19? When? Right on. INC defined the term Swaraj for the first time during Karachi session of 1931. So till 1931 there was no official definition of Swaraj by INC. INC defined the term Swaraj for the first time during Karachi session of 1931. Who was the presiding officer? Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Only one session presided Patel and you gave it to Nehru again. That is what is happening in India. All credits given to him. You people are continuing the tradition. Again, you are the product of your education. All credits to Nehru. India landed on moon. Chacha's vision. Right. So, understood. Okay. So, what is boycott? What is boycott, by the way? You don't know? Hey. So you need some time to warm up. Cold weather, no? I am asking you.
When people collectively decide to not opt for something or to...
No.
To not use the foreign goods.
Yes, not using the foreign goods. Collectively telling them that we are not going to use it. Fine. So what purpose does it serve? First thing, it will reduce the demand for the foreign goods. So we were the largest importers of the British goods. India, population wise, who knows? Right? We were the largest consumers of the British goods. So we will stop using the British goods. And once we stop using the British goods, that will lead to losses for their industries. And you all know, strength of every nation is its economy. If you are economically strong, then you will be respected. So today which country is regarded as the boss of the world? Who dominates the world? US. Why? Strong economy. Google, Microsoft, all top MNCs originate from USA. Which country is competing with it? China. How come? The manufacturing hub of the world, China. US plants, China manufactures. That's how it works now. Apple phones, innovated in US, manufactured in China. So, why China is able to compete? Their economy has become very strong. Fine. So nowadays, they take India very seriously. Why? Yes, strong economy. In top 5. So they have to take us seriously. So it is number driven or whatever it is. We are in top. So they have to take us seriously. See, imagine like in the society only, in your own relatives, if you are economically stronger, you will demand a lot of respect. You will be respected. If you are economically weaker, people tend to neglect you. Understood? So, the strength of British economy is their industries. They derive their military power, they derive their authority through their strong economy. They were the bosses of the world because they had a strong industrial setup. They were manufacturing the goods, they were exporting it to different parts of the world. They had strong industrial base. So economy is the strength of, their industries are the strength of their economy. So if their industries start making losses, what will happen to their economy? It will perform weak. So when their economy is weaker, what will happen to their political power or military power? That will also decline. That will also decline. So when their political and military power decline, is it easier for us to win the independence or what? It is easy for us. When their political and military power decreases, it is easy for us to win our independence. We can easily get Swaraj. But if they continue to remain strong, we will not be able to do it. So boycott, the first intention is to weaken the British economy and eventually overthrow it. Weaken their economy, eventually overthrow it. Second intent, once we stop using the British goods, then we need some alternative. We need some alternative goods. We cannot stop wearing the clothes altogether. Fine. So who will produce this alternative? Indigenous industries, domestic industries. So this boycott of British goods will in turn creates the demand for the goods manufactured by the domestic industries. So it will lead to creation of jobs. There will be increase in the standard of living. There will be a lot of good things associated with it if industries get established in India. So they told, we'll boycott the British goods to weaken the British economy and also to revive the domestic industries or indigenous industries. That was the intent. Passive resistance, it means it is not violence. It is using the masses. See, if you go and see in Jantar Mantar, what they do? Passive resistance. Passive resistance. They will block the roads, they will sit, will not allow you. So they will use the support of the masses. They will use the support of the masses to build the pressure on the authority. So we have so many people with us, satisfy your demands or else it will lead to a consequence. We will not vote for you, we will block this road, we will continue to protest. So they build the pressure on the authority to get their demands satisfied. So earlier what moderates were doing? Prayer, petition and protest. They used to pray, they used to submit the petition, and if not fulfilled they used to protest. So what is the philosophy of extremists? They won't request, they demand. We are Indians, we are paying the tax, fulfill it. Difference in attitude. Moderates will bend and beg. Extremists will demand with confidence. This is our country, give us what we want. Or else get out, we want Swaraj. So there is a demand there is a change in the nature of the leaders. Moderates, loyalists, believed in the Britishers, highly educated intellectuals, used English, fine, demanded only reforms to the existing system, did not talk about Swaraj and all, did not bother about the bottom sections of society. These were their limitations. And all these limitations led to the emergence of extremists. Understood? So, extremist leaders, they did not believe in the Britishers, they did not have any blind faith in the British rule, they were not loyal to British, they were not confined to the reforms to the existing system, they wanted self-rule or Swaraj. They predominantly used the vernacular languages so as to connect with more and more people. They were mass leaders. They believed in the capacity of the masses, but moderates did not believe in the masses. Okay? But extremists, they knew without the support of the masses, nowhere in the world revolution has been successful without the support of the masses. You take French Revolution or whatever revolution you want. Everywhere the revolution has been successful only with the support of the masses. So without active participation of masses, the revolution or the Indian national movement can never achieve its goal or objective. They understood this. Okay? So therefore, what they did? They wanted the active participation of masses, therefore they wanted to spread the nationalism to the masses. How to spread? If you speak in English, can it reach more and more masses? No. You have to connect with them in the language which they understand. Local language, vernacular languages. So, this was the thing. And they also know 90% of society filled with peasants and laborers. So, you have to talk about their problem, you have to get associated with them, you have to bring them to the national movement. Only then this national movement will be successful. So, that is the reason they used all these things. So, they depended on the philosophy of passive resistance, not on prayer petition method. Their method is different. Passive resistance. Prayer petition, requesting. Passive resistance, demanding. This is right based approach. This is right based. We have that right, give it. So, there is a difference in approach. Okay? Getting it or not? Okay? And now, what led to the emergence of extremists? Any idea?
The difference between the Surat within Bengal or all over India? Failure of moderates.
Yes, failure of moderates, their P3 methods, they were not able to get anything done effectively. Fine. So you all saw the Act of 1892, what all they demanded, what we got. So that is how it works. Okay. So, and we'll do one thing, we will trace the different acts till 1919. So today probably we'll be going up to 1920 to 23. So that is the reason we'll trace all the acts now. In the very beginning of the session when we are fresh, we'll trace all the acts. So yesterday we discussed about Act of 1892. Okay. So now what we will do? What was the demands of the extremists? What were the demands of extremists? Sorry, moderates. expansion of legislature, increased representation to Indians, elections, budgetary reforms. Under budgetary reforms, discuss, ask questions, pass resolution and vote on the budget. And there was one very important administrative demand, that is, take Indians in Viceroy's Executive Council. Take Indians into Viceroy's Executive Council. Fine. Viceroy cannot be expert in everything. So he needs to have an Executive Council. Just like today Modi ji has a cabinet, Viceroy had his Executive Council. So one member will be in charge of a particular department or ministry. So today we have Defence Minister, we have Education Minister, Foreign Minister. Similarly, so Viceroy's Executive Council consisted of different members. Okay. So there was no Indians in VEC. There were no Indians in VEC. So these were their demands. Okay. So now, you remember all these things now?
Yes, sir.
Now Act of 1892. So expansion. Earlier what was the strength? 6 to 12. Now 10 to 16. Half of them official. Another half of them? Yes, non-official. Okay. Indians were allowed to become non-official members. And is there any compulsion that there will be all Indians in non-official members? No. It is the discretion of the Viceroy. Okay. And it introduced indirect election. Was the word election mentioned? No. The word election was not mentioned in the Act. So it was based on a kind of recommendation by the elite section of the society. District board members, members of chambers of commerce, this university syndicate members, those elite people, they recommended. Okay. Those who gets more recommendation will be taken as the member. So it is indirectly kind of election only. But the word election was not mentioned because there was no official election. Okay. And then with regard to budgetary reforms, we were allowed to discuss the budget, ask question but not supplementary questions. Supplementary means follow-up questions based on your replies. Okay. So voting and passing resolution, not allowed. Was an Indian taken into Viceroy's Executive Council? No. No Indian was taken into Viceroy's Executive Council. Okay. This was the Act of 1892. Passed in 1892, implemented from 1893. Now let us move on to Indian Council Act of 1909. 1909. Okay. So here the strength was increased from 16 to 60. Now there is no minimum maximum. Strength was fixed 60. Strength will be fixed 60. Out of 60, 28 official, 32 non-official. 32 non-official. Okay. Out of 32, 27 elected, 5 nominated. 27 elected plus 5 nominated. And Indians were allowed to become non-official members. Indians allowed to become non-official members. So there can be up to 32 Indians now. Up to 32 Indians in the ILC. Understood? Getting it or not?
Yes.
Okay. And now indirect elections introduced. Indirect elections introduced. And the word election was used Word election was used for first time. Word election was used for the first time. Getting it? So now, few people will get the right to vote. Few people will get the right to vote. So you know the difference between direct and indirect elections, right? See, wherever, let's say, we are the common voters, we vote and elect the MLAs and MPs. This is called as direct election. These MLAs and MPs, they vote and elect president, vice president, Rajya Sabha members, like that. Fine? But they are elected only. So this is what we call as indirect elections. So there were members of local bodies and all back then. They used to vote and elect the members of legislative council. There was indirect election. So elections were introduced in India for the first time during the Act of 1909. The word election was mentioned for the first time in the Act of 1909. Though it is indirect election, it was introduced. Okay? So, with regard to budgetary reforms, so we were allowed to discuss earlier only. Now we were allowed to even ask the supplementary question, and we were allowed to pass resolution. We were allowed to pass resolution and vote on separate items in the budget. Vote on separate items in the budget. Vote on separate items. Not budget as a whole. Today they put the entire budget as a whole to vote, no? Not like that. Education budget, Indians can discuss and vote. Health allocation. So whichever the trivial things were there, which did not have much allocation or much importance back then during the British times. So those things they allowed us to discuss and vote. Defense, railways, irrigation, never allowed us. So things which had less importance, they allowed us to discuss and vote. The most important and resourceful ministries, they did not allow us to vote. So here voting was not on the entire budget, but on the separate items in the budget. They used to decide on which Indians can discuss and vote. Okay? So usually it used to be on education, health, local bodies, labor welfare, the trivial things in the budget, which are not very important, which does not get much budgetary allocation, those things they allowed us. The most important things they did not allow us. Okay? So we got some more powers when compared to the Act of 1892. And lastly, was an Indian taken into EEC? Yes. First time an Indian was taken into Viceroy's Executive Council, Satyendra Prasad Sinha.
Talking about the moderate and extremist here, many people will be aware that there's this movie called by
Can you be a bit louder, please?
Ghare Baire.
Sorry?
The movie Ghare Baire of Satyajit Ray.
Huh.
It's a nice suggestion.
Ghare Baire. So yeah, there is a book
Yeah,
written by our Rabindranath Tagore.
it will have a better understanding of this.
Yes. Like what happened during this Swadeshi movement days.
The difference between extremism and moderate.
It is mainly based on the theme of Swadeshi movement, Ghare Baire. Okay. If you have free time, you can watch it. Fine. Fine. So, SP Sinha became the first Indian to be the member of Viceroy's Executive Council. Okay. So, let me repeat. The first demand, expansion of legislature in Act of 1892, 10 to 16. In Act of 1909, 60. Okay. And second demand was Indianization of legislature, more Indian representation. So, Act of 1892, half of the members were official, half of them non-official. They allowed Indians to become the non-official members. Here, 32 non-official positions were there. They allowed Indians can become the non-official members. Third thing, it was about elections. So, Act of 1892, indirect elections were introduced, but the word election was not used because it worked on the basis of recommendation. In 1909, the word election was used for the first time, indirect elections. Okay. Lastly, budgetary reforms. So, we demanded right to discuss the budget, ask questions, vote and pass resolutions. 1892, they allowed us to discuss the budget, but not to ask the supplementary questions. They did not allow us to vote on the budget or pass the resolutions. But in 1909, they allowed us to vote on separate items, pass resolutions and even ask the supplementary questions. Okay? And moderates had demanded Indian representation in Viceroy's Executive Council. 1892, they did not allow any Indians to join. 1909, they took the Indians for the first time. Satyendra Prasad Sinha, law member. Okay? And Satyendra Prasad Sinha, he presided the INC session of 1915, 1915. He presided the INC session of 1915. His tenure ended in 1914. So, he was the member for 5 years. After his tenure ended, he presided the session of 1915, 1915. Okay? So, the last and the most important feature of Act of 1909 is separate communal electorate. Separate communal electorate. Okay. So, what is separate communal electorate? You all know. If a constituency is reserved for Muslims, only Muslims have to contest and only Muslims have to vote. Okay. Separate communal electorate. If a constituency is reserved for a particular community, only people from that community can contest and only people from that community can vote. Other community people cannot even vote. Today, everybody can vote. The constituency is reserved for only SCs, STs, everybody can vote. But back then, if it is reserved for Muslims, only Muslims can contest and only Muslims can vote. Okay? And some constituencies were reserved for landlords also. Please write it down. Separate communal electorate was introduced. And some constituencies were reserved for landlords. Some constituencies were reserved for landlords. Okay? Fine. Shall we go to Act of 1919? So, what do you call the Act of 1909 as? Morley Minto reforms. Who is Morley? Secretary of State. Who is Minto? Viceroy of India. It is known as Morley Minto reforms. Morley is Secretary of State. When was the position of Secretary of State introduced? 18 or 61? 58. Yes, 1858. Okay. So when did Governor General of India become Viceroy? 1858. When was India Office or Council of India set up? 1858. When was the Council of India abolished? 1935. Okay. So you have to be clear with regard to these facts. So Morley Minto reforms is also like it is another name of the Act of Indian Council Act of 1909. Morley, Secretary of State, Minto, Viceroy of India. Now let us move on to the next act. Till now it was just Indian Council Act. Now for the first time there was something called as Government of India Act 1919. Government of India Act 1919. It is also known as Montagu Chelmsford reforms. Montagu Chelmsford reforms. Who is Montagu? Secretary of State. Chelmsford, Viceroy of India. Okay. So the first thing, it is regarding the expansion of legislature. It is regarding the expansion of legislature. What was the moderate demand? Here. First demand, expansion of legislature, no? So we will see whether legislature was expanded. Strength of legislature, what was it as per the Act of 1909? 60. Now they increased it to 145. It was increased to 145. Okay? Understood?
Yes, sir.
And out of this 145, 104 elected, 41 nominated. 104 elected, 41 nominated. So this is with regard to, we are talking with regard to lower house. And now for the first time, bicameralism in India was established. What is bicameralism? The system of two houses. So this is with regard to lower house, and we will have a upper house as well. Okay, upper house, Council of States. And in upper house there were 60 members. Upper house there were 60 members. Okay. Understood? We were asking for the expansion of legislatures, no? They now introduced bicameralism, and they increased the strength also, 60 to 145, and then upper house there were 60 members. There were 60 members. And what do you think was the tenure?
6 years.
Upper house today what it is?
5 years.
6 years. Upper house 6 years. Rajya Sabha. Back then it was 5 years. Today what is the tenure of the lower house, Lok Sabha? 5 years. But as per the Act of 1919 it was 3 years. How the members of lower house are elected? How the members of lower house are elected? Directly or indirectly? Directly. Members of lower house, I mean Lok Sabha. Another 2 months you are going to vote, no? You are going to cast your vote. So members of the lower house elected directly by us. Members of the upper house indirectly. Indirect election. Okay. So let me consolidate it all in one single point. Expansion of legislature. For that, they introduced bicameralism. Upper house, lower house. Upper house 60 members, lower house 145 members. Out of 145, 104 elected, 41 nominated. Okay. And then how are they elected? Indirectly. Indirect election. How are the members of lower house elected? Direct election. So what is the tenure? 5 years. Here what is the tenure? 3 years. Okay. Expansion of legislature. So second point is regarding Indian representation. It is regarding Indian representation. So except for this nominated members, all can be Indians only. And Indians can also be nominated by the Viceroy now. So there is more Indian representation. Because when elections happen, who will vote? They introduced direct election for the first time in India. Elections happen, so who will vote? Indians will vote. And when we vote, obviously Indians are going to contest, Indians are going to get elected. So more Indian representation. So Indians, there can be like up to, like at least 104 Indians will be there in the legislature. So earlier, Act of 1892, only up to 5 to 8 Indians. Act of 1909, only up to 32 Indians. And now there can be up to, minimum 104 Indians. Maximum it depends on whom Viceroy will nominate. Minimum 104 Indians will be there. So it is a vast increase when compared to the previous acts. Okay. So more Indian representation will be there. Indian representation increased very much. Okay. And thirdly, with regard to elections, direct elections were introduced for the first time. Direct elections were introduced for the first time. Because for lower house, we told direct election no. So people should be allowed to vote. So direct elections was introduced for the first time. Okay. So direct election. And who will vote? No, voting rights was based on lot of conditions and qualifications. So was it universal adult franchisee? No. Only limited set of people were given the right to vote based on property. So how much property you own, how much tax you pay. Fine. So there were a lot of conditions, right, in bracket. Qualifications like annual payment of revenue or tax more than 3,000 rupees. Annual payment of revenue or tax of more than 3,000 rupees. So only if you pay tax more than 3,000, you will be allowed to vote. So imagine in 1920 if you are paying the tax of 3,000 rupees means you are rich, your income must be in lakhs. So back then if your income is in lakhs, it means you belong to super rich class. So obviously those set of people will be loyal to British. If you have to be super rich, obviously it is only through loyalty, no? So that is one thing. Secondly, the members of university syndicate, members of university syndicates, district boards, chambers of commerce. Okay. Former members of provincial and central legislative assembly. Former members of provincial and central legislative assembly. And the holders of certain titles. So Britishers used to confer titles, no? That is the reason. In FR we have Article 18, abolition of titles. So they used to confer titles, and those title holders, they were allowed to, certain title holders, they were allowed to vote. Okay. So it was based on a lot of conditions. Universal adult franchisee was not introduced in India. And out of around 35 crore population we had, only there were around 9 lakh voters because of these conditions. There were around 9 lakh voters because of these conditions. Okay. These conditions were so stringent that in a country having 36 crore people, there were around 9 lakh voters only. Okay. Understood? So, and then with regard to election, back then in the Act of 1909, they introduced separate communal electorate. With regard to election, they introduced separate communal electorate. And back then separate communal electorate was given to only one community, that was Muslims. And now it was expanded to 6 Christians and Anglo-Indians, not women. 6 Christians and Anglo-Indians. Separate electorate was expanded to include 6 Christians and Anglo-Indians. So now if a constituency is reserved for 6, only 6 can contest and only 6 can vote. If constituency is reserved for Anglo-Indians, only Anglo-Indians can contest and only Anglo-Indians can vote. So this system was introduced. Okay. And there is one very important thing, were women allowed to vote? Were women? How nominated members are elected directly? What is the question? Nominated means nominated. There is no question of election.
You might be asking who nominates them.
Viceroy. The supreme authority is Viceroy. He will nominate. Right? Nobody else has the authority to nominate anyone except for Viceroy. Okay? So were women allowed to vote? No or yes?
No.
No. Think.
No, sir.
Not allowed. Okay. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard of this committee? No. Write down. Southborough Committee on Franchisee. Southborough Committee on Franchisee. Set up in 1917 after August Declaration. Set up in 1917 after August Declaration. So this committee was given the responsibility of recommending who should be allowed to vote, who should not be allowed to vote in India, because Britishers had the plan to implement direct elections now. So if you are implementing direct elections, who should be given the voting rights, who should not be allowed, that has to be decided. There should be clear set of criteria. For that sake, they set up this committee, Southborough Committee on Franchisee. So this committee recommended one very important thing to the British Parliament. So write down, this committee recommended that the decision to whether to allow women to vote or not, the decision to allow women to vote or not should be decision to allow women to vote or not should be left to the provinces, should be left to the provinces, in bracket provincial legislatures, should be left to the provinces, provincial legislatures. Let the province decide. Madras province, if they want women to vote, let them decide, let them allow in their province. If some province doesn't want to allow the women to vote, let them not allow. So the central government, the British government at the center, it is not going to dictate. It will allow the provinces to decide whether to allow the women to vote or not. Understood? So this was what Act of 1919 also told. It left to the provinces whether to allow the women to vote or not.
So vote for the central legislative council or the provincial legislative?
Whatever, if you have to vote, you need to be a voter, no? And voting will be based on these qualifications. See, till 1918, women in England were not allowed to vote. Till the year 1918, women in England were also not allowed to vote. In 1918, they gave limited franchisee to women. Understood? So, this committee told, let the provinces decide whether women should be the voters or not. Obviously, if you are a voter, you will be allowed to vote in provincial legislature also, central legislature also. So, there is no separate voter list for both things. Okay? So, if you are a voter, you will be allowed to vote for both provincial and central legislature elections also. So, whether to allow the women to vote or not, that was left to the provinces. So, some provinces, like, write down, Madras, Bombay, Madras, Bombay, allowed women to vote, allowed the women to vote. And NWFP, Northwest Frontier Province, did not allow women franchisee. Even today they are continuing consistency. NWFP, Pakistan Afghanistan border region, the region which is ruled by Taliban now. Do they allow the women to vote? No. Consistency in policy. 100 years ago also they told no, we will not allow the women to vote. Today also they are saying the same thing. Understood? So NWFP they told we will not allow the women to vote. Some provinces like Madras and Bombay, they were the earliest to allow the women to vote. Okay? There were some princely states, right on. However, princely states like Mysore in bracket 1922, in bracket 1922, and Rajkot in bracket 1923 allowed the women to vote. Allowed the women to vote. 1923, 1923. Okay, they allowed the women to vote. Full stop. Rajkot even nominated 2 women. Rajkot even nominated 2 women to the council. There was king, under king only there was council, just like it happens in England. There is queen, there is royal family, below them there will be parliament, no? Similarly in Rajkot and Mysore there was legislative assemblies. So there in Rajkot they fixed 2 positions for women's, and women were nominated for that positions, and they also allowed the women to vote. And one more very important thing about Rajkot is, please write down, Rajkot was the first princely state to allow universal adult suffrage or universal adult franchisee. Rajkot was the first princely state to allow universal adult franchisee. Okay. So now it is about voting, fine. What about contesting? For women allowed to contest? Yes or no? There can only be 2 answers. No. Any women empowerment activist? No. Online. Handouts. PDF, handouts. When I say it will be posted, it will be posted. And I am not asking you to refer to any handouts. So be patient, it will be uploaded. Okay. Yes, what about the contesting? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Allowed?
Voting is not allowed, how they will give?
Very good. When were they allowed? 1947 afterwards. 24. Okay. So these kind of areas UPSC will exploit. Right? Write down. Based on the recommendation of Muddyman Committee, based on the recommendation of Muddyman Committee, (1924), British Parliament amended the Act of 1919, allowing, amended the Act of 1919 in bracket in 1926. British Parliament amended the Act of 1919 in 1926, allowing Indian women to contest the elections. Allowing the Indian women to contest the elections. So again, Whether women will be allowed to contest or not will be based on the provincial decision. So if provinces want the women to contest, if provinces want the women to vote, it will be left to the provinces. Central government will not have much say in this. It will be left to the provinces. Okay? Act of 1919 originally did not allow the women to contest. But now an amendment enabled the women to contest. Okay? So one assignment for today, find out about the name Muthu Lakshmi Reddy. Muthu Lakshmi Reddy. REDDY. Thank you. Muthu Lakshmi Reddy. Okay? And again, if you have to contest, you need to qualify the property qualifications and all. You need to have the property qualification, all those things. Only then you can contest. Okay? Not all women are allowed to contest. Only if you satisfy certain criteria, you will be allowed to contest. So, Muthu Lakshmi was the first Indian woman to contest the elections. Though she was defeated, she was the first one to contest. Fine. So now, one more thing I want you to find out. Find out who was the first Indian woman who successfully contested the election. She contested and she failed, Muthu Lakshmi Reddy. There was one more woman. She contested successfully. I mean, she won the elections. Find out who it was. Okay?
Sir, in the provinces it was elected at discretion, but what about the imperial legislative council? Where they allowed?
See, if provinces allow, that's all. You will be allowed to vote. Understood? Imperial Legislative Council will not tell you whether to allow or not. It's your wish. You can allow the women to vote, you need not allow the women to vote.
Yes, I was saying that in provinces it was left at the discretion, but what about the imperial legislative council?
They won't decide, man. They told provinces to decide.
He's asking
Ah.
the members to be elected for the imperial council. For that also the voters are required.
That's what I told in the very beginning only, that once you become the voter, you will be voting for provincial election also, you will be voting for central election also. Do you have a separate voter list for the state legislative elections and Lok Sabha elections today? No, same voter list, no. So, once you are a voter, you are qualified to vote for these elections. That's all. Okay? So, okay. So now, this is with regard to elections. Women were allowed to vote, and the decision whether to allow the women to vote or not was taken by provincial legislatures. Women were originally not allowed to contest as per the Act of 1919, but this Act was amended in 1926 and women were also allowed to contest. And who recommended this change? Muddyman Committee. So why this committee was set up? What is the purpose of this committee? Write down. Muddyman Committee was set up. Muddyman Committee was set up to review the working of Act of 1919. To review the working of Act of 1919. Okay. Swaraj's complained. So this act is nonsensical, it doesn't work, it doesn't allow us to work, it is inefficient. So they complained about this act. Therefore, Britishers, they set up this committee to review the working of Act of 1919 and to suggest the recommendations to make it work better. So this committee was set up, Muddyman Committee. Okay. So Royal Committee to look into the functioning of Act of 1919. Okay. So Southborough Committee, it is with regard to elections. Okay. So now women were allowed to vote in some provinces, in some princely states. Okay. Now let us move on to the next point. So it is about budgetary reforms. It is about budgetary reforms. Control over the budget or budgetary reforms. So Act of 1892, you all know, you are allowed to discuss, not ask supplementary questions, not allowed to vote, not allowed to pass resolutions. Act of 1909, allowed to vote on separate items in budget, pass resolutions, ask even supplementary questions and even discuss the budget. Now in 1919, what happened? We'll have to see that. Okay. So, right on, central and provincial budgets were separated for the first time. Central and provincial budget. So imagine this is the central budget, and in central budget there used to be allocation for provinces. Viceroy used to decide, Madras take 1 crore, enjoy. Bombay take 2 crores, enjoy. Like that, Viceroy used to allocate the finances to the various provinces. Everything was under the control of Viceroy. So in central budget, they used to allocate the resources to the finances. There was no separate central or provincial budget. See, now the central budget is going on. In the following week, lot of states will also enact their budget. Understood? So before 1919, there was no such provision. All the provincial spending was also decided by the center. There was complete financial centralization. Everything was concentrated in the hands of center and the Viceroy. But now, for the first time, this was still 1919, and in the year 1919, what happened? Separate central and provincial list was created. Separate central and provincial list was created in the year 1919. Okay, so central and provincial budget was separated for the first time in the year 1919. Next point, write down. The system of diarchy was introduced. System of diarchy. What is diarchy? What is monarchy? Rule by one. Rule by one. Diarchy means rule by two. So I will show you what is rule by two and all. Don't worry. So now they divided it now. Now the provincial list. What happened, man? Nothing. If you have doubts, please feel free to ask. Aapas mein discussion during the break or after the class, please. Okay. The provincial list. What they did? They divided it into two lists. Reserved list and transferred list. And this reserved list, it consisted of the most important and resourceful subjects like law and order, revenue administration, irrigation. Hey, provinces will not have defense. They are armed forces of provinces. Law and order is different, police force. Defense is different. See, defense is with center, defense, foreign affairs, communications, railways, it is all with center. Okay, defense is different, law and order is different, police is different, armed forces are different. Okay, so irrigation, justice administration, all these things were with the reserved list. Okay, and now this reserved list, it accounted to almost 80% of provincial budget. Almost 80% of provincial budget. Okay. Now what about transferred list? Less important subjects like, yes, health and education they did not give any money to. Indians, education, labor welfare, and then here there was one more thing you can add, industrial dispute resolution. Why it is important?
Smooth movement of the economy.
Capitalists, they are loyal and friends to whom? If there is clash between the capitalists and the laborers working in the industry, they will come to the government for the resolution. So Britishers will favor whom? Capitalists. So it was important to resolve the disputes in favor of the capitalist. They have to keep it under their control. Okay? Labor welfare, sanitation, health and sanitation, and then local self-governance, So all these things, they accounted to around 20% of provincial budget. Around 20% of provincial budget. Now, this reserve list was under the control of governor and his executive council. Every province had a governor, and governor was assisted by his executive council. They will take care of the reserve list, the most important subjects. And now, as per the Act of 1919, there will be elections, and in elections, the parties will contest, and whichever party will get the majority, they will form the government, and that government will have ministers. That is what happens now. You will contest the election, and if you get the majority, you will form the government, and there will be ministers. So there will be elected ministers. There will be elected ministers. They will control transferred list. Elected ministers will take care of transferred list. So how many percentage of budget they have under their control? Around 20%. Governor and his executive council will control around 80%. And governor, do you think he has any power over the transferred list?
Yes, sir.
See, imagine you are the minister, you got elected, now you want to provide compulsory free and primary education to children in your province. Imagine you are the education minister, you contested the election of 1920, you became the minister. Now you bring a policy to provide free and compulsory education, primary education to all the children in your province. Will Britishers like it? No. So what can the governor do now to stop you? It is in the transfer list, it is under your control. Can he do something to stop it? Yes. He can use his veto power. With regard to the transferred list. If you are willing to do something and if governor doesn't like it, he can use his veto power to stop you. What is veto power? It's an extraordinary discretionary power that is used to overrule the will of the majority. It is an extraordinary discretionary power or instrument that is used to overrule the will of the majority. Okay? Let's say the entire class you want break, and I enjoy the veto power. I will say no break till I complete this topic. Understood? I am using my extraordinary power to overrule the will of the majority. I am having the coffee alone. Okay? So that is veto power. Fine. Okay. So what about elected ministers? Do you think they have any power over the reserved list? No control or power over the reserved list. No control or power over the reserved list. Okay. Now see, the same province is being ruled by two different set of people. One group of people controlling the reserved list, another group of people controlling the transferred list. Same province is being governed or ruled by two different set of people. So that is why we call it as diarchy. Two different set of people ruling the same province. This is what we call as diarchy. Understood? So it was introduced at the provincial level. It was introduced at the provincial level. For the first time, central and provincial budget was separated, and in provinces they introduced diarchy. What is diarchy? The provincial list will be divided into reserved list and transferred list. Reserved list consisting of the most important subjects under the control of governor and his executive council, and transferred list will consist of less important subjects amounting up to 20% of budget under the control of the elected ministers, and elected ministers have no control over the reserved list, while governor has the veto power over the transferred list. So these elements, they are also important, because in 2022 prelims they have asked this question. So which are the elements of reserved list? They have given you the list and they have asked which are the elements of the reserved list. So remembering these things are also important. Okay? So you can expect one question very easily from Act of 1919 or Act of 1932. One question will be there from either of these acts. Okay? So this is about diarchy. In 1935, diarchy was abolished in the provinces. Right on. In 1935, diarchy was abolished in the provinces and introduced at the center. Diarchy was abolished in the provinces and introduced at the center. Okay, and you all know this system now. In 1935, this became further different. Central, provincial, concurrent. Today we have the 7th schedule now. In 1935 we got this classification: central, provincial and concurrent. Okay, till 1919 there was only one thing: everything under the control of center. In 1919, center and provincial budget were separated. 1935, central, provincial, concurrent list. Okay, so this is how it evolved, the structure evolved. Fine. So are you able to link it? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Please respond, man, like once in a while. To energize myself, I'll ask you some questions. Please do respond. Okay, so this is what is happening. And see, first thing with regard to expansion of legislature, we saw introduction of bicameralism, strength being increased in lower house from 60 to 145, upper house 60 members, and elections now being introduced for lower house, direct elections introduced in India for the first time. Women were allowed to vote by certain provinces. The decision whether to allow women or not was given to the provinces. And normal voting rights was based on certain qualifications. I gave you certain qualifications. And now separate electorate was expanded to include more communities, Sikhs, Christians and Anglo-Indians as well. Okay. And next thing, it is about elections. Direct elections was introduced for the first time. More Indian representation. Now minimum 104 Indians will be there. Minimum 104 Indians will be there, because 104 will be elected. So another 41 will be nominated by the Viceroy. In that also there can be some Indians. There need not be, there can be some. So minimum 104 Indians will be there. So more Indian representation. And with regard to budgetary reforms, this thing came into force. So now provincial and central budget was separated, and in provincial level they introduced diarchy. The financial powers were divided. Indians got around 20% of budget under the control. This was the first time we were getting some financial administrative powers. Indians got the financial administrative powers for the first time in Act of 1919. We got some administrative powers. Till now, we were not even allowed to vote on the entire budget. Now at least we are getting 20% of budget under our control. We were getting some valuable administrative experience. Okay. So, and then with regard to representation in Viceroy's Executive Council, 1892 they did not take any Indian. 1909 one Indian. Who was he? SP Sinha. Now 3 Indians. Write down. 3 Indians were taken into VEC. 3 Indians were taken into VEC. Understood? See, we have covered everything in organic way. Fine? Representation, expansion, Indian representation, election and budgetary powers, and also Indians in VEC. And there were some other provisions, please write down, of Act of 1919, other provisions. So you all know about Central Public Service Commission, write down. Central Public Service Commission was set up in 1926 as per this act only. Central Public Service Commission was set up in 1926 as per this act, based on the recommendation of Lee Committee. Based on the recommendation of Lee Committee. And what is Lee Committee? Committee on Civil Service Reforms, set up in 1924. Committee on Civil Service Reforms, set up in 1924. Lee Committee. Fine. Central Public Service Commission, today's UPSC. Okay. The reason why we are all here. Okay. Next thing. Office of High Commissioner. Office of High Commissioner of India was set up. Office of High Commissioner for India was set up by taking away some diplomatic functions of Secretary of State. By taking away the diplomatic functions of Secretary of State. Okay. There are certain other small provisions which you can read in Lakshmikant. By now you know how to remember the entire act. So this is very important. In the same way, we will discuss the act of 1935 also. In the same way, when we reach 1935, we will discuss that also. But by now, you are able to deduce it. So how it works? Expansion, representation, elections, and then budgetary powers. And other miscellaneous provisions. We will discuss them when we reach 1935. But for now, it is enough. Okay. So, we will move on to the extremists now. So, there are the contributions of extremists, which again will be provided to you in the form of handouts. Some important extremist leaders, Lal Balpal, Ghosh, their individual contribution will be given to you in the form of handouts. So what all they did? Because there has been some questions. They asked about Lala Lajpat Rai, the biographies he wrote, Shivaji, Mazzani, Garibaldi, who wrote it? They have asked a question. So such literary contributions, which newspapers they edited or published. So what were the organizations they founded? So all those things, they are the subject matter of interest for UPSC, but nowadays those questions are minimal. But still, we should not be taking any risk. We can give the tertiary priority to that, not the primary priority, the tertiary priority to this factual things. You should be familiar. You should be familiar. When I tell you something, at least you should know, okay, this was there, this was not there. That level of familiarity is enough. Okay? So, you should just glance through it. You need not like by heart or make efforts to remember it exactly. So, just some familiarity. Okay, Lala Lajpat Rai wrote these things. If they give 4 books, in the handouts if there are 3 books, which we have mentioned, it means, what happened? Protest march. Walk out. Okay. Oh my God. Did I hurt any of your sentiments? Sorry? 10:30 to 12. Just 1.5 hours you want a break? Sorry? Veto power. See, if we keep on giving the breaks, no, we'll not be able to cover things. And we'll have to rush. And we'll have to skip. Right? So, it might be slightly discomfortable, but see, they came back. Not officially walk out. I was hurt thinking that they are walking. Okay. Now, the leaders and their contributions, it will be given to you in the form of handouts. Okay. So, do you have any official APEC group? So, it will be posted there, don't worry. Yeah. So, the moderate leaders, their contributions, extremist leaders and their contributions, it will be given to you in that group. Okay. So, it is there. And then, what is the reason for the emergence of extremists? First thing, reason for the emergence. See, there are four important reasons. One is situational factors. So, what are the situational factors? Failure of moderates and their P3 methods. Okay, situation. Second thing, yes, famine of 1899-1900, Chappaniya Akal. Famine of 1899-1900, and during the famine also they did not take up much efforts to help the people. Fine. The apathy of the government during the famine, and there was plague 1896-1897, and during the plague also, even when people were dying, they showed apathy. Fine. Maladministration during these two circumstances, and on top of it, in 1902 they conducted Royal Darbar again. They invited the Queen, they partied. Fine. So, there is famine, you are not helping the people. There is plague, people are dying and suffering, you are not doing much to help them. But using Indian money, you are conducting Royal Darbar. So, this indifferent attitude of Britishers led to arouse the Indian masses, angered the Indian masses. Okay. So, this is one thing. And then there were a lot of inspirational factors. These extremists were inspired by the philosophies of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, Swami Vivekananda. Fine. Swami Dayananda Saraswati, Swami Vivekananda. And they were inspired by the philosophy of Swaraj. And they were also against the spread of westernization in India. They were against the spread of westernization in India, which was a resultant of modern Western education. Okay. So now they wanted to counter the Western education also, because it is leading to westernization, it is spreading loyalty towards the British, all these side effects. Okay. And then they were also inspired by the global events like Abyssinian wars, outcomes of Abyssinian wars 1896, Abyssinia, that Ethiopia region. Fine. So Abyssinia was under the control of Italians, and these Ethiopians defeated the Italians in the war 1896. Okay. Secondly, they were also inspired by the outcomes of First Boer War. Where the native South African tribals won against the Britishers. Fine. native South African tribals won against the Britishers. First Boer War. Second Boer War, Britishers won. They were able to ultimately dominate South Africa. First Boer War, tribals won. And it was during these wars, Mahatma Gandhi organized Indian Ambulance Corps only to treat the British soldiers, not the tribals. Only to treat the British soldiers and not the tribals. Indian Ambulance Corps. Therefore, he was given the title. The pronunciation differs, but Kesare Hind. The title was given to Gandhi for his service to the British during the Boer Wars. He organized Indian Ambulance Corps to treat the injured British soldiers during the Boer Wars. Okay. See why he did not help the tribals who injured. So it is all, you have to read his biography to find the answers for that. So I am not going to get into the philosophical part of why Gandhi did that, why Gandhi did not do that. Whatever is relevant for prelims, we are doing it, that's all. Okay. Gandhi did not help, that's all. Why, what, my experiments with truth. Read. You will find the answers. For now, I am not getting into such things. Okay. Did you find out the answer to the years of publishing of those books? When? Anand Math. 1882. Sure. Anand Math 1882. Very good. Neel Darpan. 58-59 was the revolt. 60-61 was the year of publishing. Neel Darpan. Immediately after the revolt it was published. Okay. Economic history of India. 1 or 2? 1. And then poverty and un-British rule. 1 or 2? Sure.
Yes, sir. Sir, economic history. Because I searched out from the PDF also. There's PDF available of this original. So it is said there that it is published first in 1902.
Is it? Okay, let me check again because Google shows different things. So even I read the PDF of that book and as per what I remember it is 1901 only. Let me recheck it. Okay, fine. So, and then what about the nation in the making? 25. So that was towards the end of his life. He published that book. Gita Rasya? 1-5. So, Hind Swaraj? 15. 09. Hind Swaraj. Hind Swaraj 1909. Gita Rasya 1915. Okay. Gita Rasya wrote it and published after he was released. So these books are important. Okay. And then okay. So the awareness about the economic exploitation, theory of drain of wealth, that was also an inspiration. Boer Wars, the victory of tribals over the Britishers. And then Russo-Japanese War, the victory of Japanese over the Russians. So in all these three wars, Abyssinian Wars, Boer War and also Russo-Japanese War, European powers were defeated. Italy was defeated, Abyssinian War. First Boer War, Britishers were defeated. Russo-Japanese War, Russians were defeated. In all three wars, European powers were defeated. So there was a theory known as invincibility of the white man, invincibility of the European powers. It means European powers can never be defeated. They are invincible, undefeatable. But that theory was broken. So everybody got to know, even they can be defeated through concerted and coordinated efforts. So if tribals of Ethiopia can defeat Italians, if tribals of South Africa can defeat the dominant power of the world, Britishers, why can't Indians defeat Britishers? This became an inspiration for them. Okay, if we are united, if you put up brave fight, we'll be able to defeat Britishers. So this was the idea. And then last and the most important thing is the policies of Curzon. The policies of Curzon, especially Partition of Bengal. Especially Partition of Bengal. All these things were the reasons for the emergence. Situational factors, inspiration, the contemporary global events, and the policies of Curzon, especially Partition of Bengal. These were the reasons for the emergence of extremists. So now we will have a look at Curzon slightly, then we will proceed to the contributions of extremists and all. So Curzon, he was the viceroy in India for almost 7 years. He was the youngest viceroy in India. Curzon was the youngest viceroy in India. He served as the viceroy for almost 7 years. Because like normally viceroy will be in India for 5 years only. They won't get the term or tenure beyond that. But Curzon was in India for 7 years, 1899 to 1905. Why they allowed him? Because he was extremely talented. He was extremely talented. So what were the reforms or the measures undertaken by the Curzon? Measures or the reforms undertaken by the Curzon. Fine. So first thing, he set up something called as Famine Committee. Famine Committee. Earlier there was something called as Strachey Committee, set up after the famine of 1876-77 during the time of Lytton. I told you, no, bad viceroy. Yesterday I told you the measures undertaken during his tenure. Lytton. Told you first thing, Royal Darbar during famine. Second, Anglo-Afghan War, when the newspaper criticized Vernacular Press Act, Arms Act, reducing the age of entry into civil services. So all these things, Lytton, very bad viceroy. Okay. So there was severe famine, 1876-77, and after the famine, he set up a committee called as Strachey Committee. Strachey Committee. Again, this is a famine-related committee. Okay. Fine. And the report of this committee, the government did not take any action over it. This was not a very serious committee set up with a lot of serious intent. So the report was neglected. Therefore, what Curzon did, he set up one more committee called as Famine Committee, and the head of this committee was Anthony MacDonell. Anthony MacDonell. Okay. He set this committee in 1900, and this committee recommended a lot of serious things, how to tackle the famine and all, and based on the recommendations of this committee, he set up something called as Irrigation Committee. How to protect the crops from failure during the famine, provide more irrigation. So this committee told we have to emphasize on irrigation. So Curzon set up something called as Irrigation Committee under a person called as Moncrief. Irrigation Committee under a person called as Moncrief. Okay. So this committee recommended the irrigation projects to be taken up in different parts, and the main emphasis was provided on Punjab region. The region where already the perennial rivers exist, they did irrigation, they took up under irrigation projects in the region where there is already lot of water. Where is actually the irrigation needed? Drier states, South Indian states, rain-fed agricultural states. But what they did? They emphasized on Punjab Haryana region, where there is already perennial rivers. Loop-sided policies. Britishers are not perfect. Okay. So this is one thing. And then this with regard to famine, there are three important committees. Please write down famine related committees during the British regime. Famine related committees. First one, Strachey. Strachey, 1878. Lytton, Second one, McDonnell, 1900. McDonnell, 1900. Curzon, and then there is Flood Committee, FLOUD, Flood Committee, FLOUD, during the times of Lithgow, 1938-39. I don't know the exact year because not many details about this committee is available online. Okay, but this committee was set up during the times of Lithgow only. Okay, so Flood Committee. This is also related to famine, and based on the Flood Committee recommended certain things. And these recommendations were not implemented by the government. Therefore, there was something called as, in 1945-46 in Bengal region, there was something called as Tebaga movement. Tebaga movement. What is Tebaga? 2/3 share to the farmers. Tebaga movement in Bengal region, 1945-46. The demand was to implement the recommendations of Flood Committee. What is Tebaga? Two-third share to sharecropper or burgardar. The actual peasant who will cultivate, he will be getting the 2/3 share, and 1/3 share to jotedar or the landowner. Imagine there was like lot of land concentrated with some people. Most of the people were landless. Landless people used to go and request the zamindar, boss, you have thousands of acres of land, give me some acres, I will cultivate, whatever crop we get, we will share it. So earlier the sharing pattern was 50-50. Sharing pattern was 50-50. But who will work? The farmers, these burgardars or sharecroppers or the peasants, they work, they cultivate, and 50% they are giving it to jotedars or the landowners. So this Flood Committee, they recommended from now onwards 2/3 share should go to the cultivators, the sharecroppers or burgardars. Only 1/3 share should go to jotedars. Because if crops fail due to famine or due to some reason, these people, these sharecroppers will be the worst affected ones. They are taking lot of risk. Therefore, 2/3 share should belong to them. But this report was not implemented. Because who are our representatives? Jotedars, zamindars, they are our representatives. Will they implement this report? If this report is implemented, they will lose around 16% of share. They are getting 50% now. If this report is implemented, their share will come down to 33%. So they did not want it to be implemented. They kept it aside. So in 1945-46, there was severe famine in India again. Then in Bengal region, the people started Tebaga movement. They started demanding, we want 2/3 share, implement Flood Committee report. Implement Flood Committee report. They started this. Okay. So in some sources it is mentioned as Flood Committee. It is not Flood Committee, it is Flood Committee. Okay. So this is also related to famine only. So these things are possibility. So which of the following committees are related to civil services? Islington, Lee, and then Aitchison Committee. So they can ask you for the chronology also. Which of the following committees are related to education? They can give you the list of the committees. They can ask you to arrange it chronologically also. So I will give you one code word to remember these educational committees. Okay. So you have to remember them. At least the basic recommendations of it. Basic recommendations of it. Okay. So now after irrigation committee, a very important thing what he did was, write on, Land Resolution of 1902. Land Resolution of 1902. Which ended the sunset clause. What is sunset clause? Imagine I am the peasant, you are the Britishers. Okay, I am supposed to pay the revenue. Let's assume today is the deadline day. Today is the deadline day, last day to pay the revenue. By the end of sunset today, by the time of sunset today, I should be paying the revenue. Or else, after the sunset, automatically I will not be the owner of the land. After the sunset, my ownership of land will also end. That's all. Okay. So now this is called as sunset clause. So there was a lot of famine. Farmers were losing the ownership of the land. So what Curzon did? He did not want the farmers to suffer. Therefore, he brought something called as land resolution. And as per the land resolution, the sunset law, it was ended. It was cancelled. They allowed farmers more time to pay the revenue. They allowed the farmers with more time to pay the revenue. Extension was provided. Okay. Farmers were not losing the ownership of the land now, like they used to lose earlier because of the sunset clause. And then there was something called as Punjab Land Alienation Act 1899. Punjab Land Alienation Act 1899. So it told land of the peasants cannot be taken away by non-peasants. Land of the peasants cannot be taken away by the non-peasants. Non-peasants means these money lenders, traders. They used to cheat the farmers and they used to take away the land belonging to the farmers. Therefore, Curzon told land belonging to the farmers cannot be taken away by the non-farmers. Okay. So this is Punjab Land Alienation Act. Okay. And then why do farmers go to money lenders? Because they don't have any other source to get the money. So what Curzon did was, he established something called as Farmers Credit Cooperative Societies. Farmers Credit Cooperative Societies Act 1904. Farmers Credit Cooperative Societies Act 1904. Okay, to provide loans to the farmers at cheaper interest rates, so that you don't depend on the money lenders and get exploited by them. Credit Cooperative Societies Act 1904, they established a lot of farmers credit cooperative societies which lent the loan to the farmers at a cheaper interest rate. Okay. And lastly, Curzon also established Agricultural Research Institution at Pusa. Later it got shifted to here. It was initially established in Bihar, Pusa. Later it got shifted to Delhi because of floods in that region. Okay. Agricultural Research Institute at Pusa. So this was the first of its kind. This was the first of its kind in India. Even today it is the topmost agricultural research institute in India, most coveted. Just like there is IASC, this is for, like there is aims for medical students, this is for agriculture students, dream college. Okay. So this is with regard to the agricultural reforms introduced by Curzon. So there were educational reforms, write down. Educational reforms. Set up Rayleigh Committee in 1902. Rayleigh Committee in 1902, and based on its recommendation enacted Indian Universities Act 1904. Indian Universities Act 1904. Okay. As per this act, so this is regarded as the first policy reform with regard to university education in India. First policy reform with regard to university education in India. Before that, nobody cared, because Britishers did not even want us to give the higher education. Fine. Understood? See the evolution of education policy. The evolution of education policy. Do you know it? Yes or no? No. Education policies. Okay. From Macaulay. Okay. Write down in margin. Write down in the margin. What happened? In 1813, rupees 1 lakh was given for education of Indians by East India Company. Rupees 1 lakh was given for the education of Indians by East India Company. British government told, I give 1 lakh, give some money for education of Indians. So East India Company told, okay, I will give 1 lakh. Okay. Later, in 1833, there was Anglicist versus Orientalist controversy. Anglicist versus Orientalist controversy. Say Anglicists were telling we have to provide English education, and Orientalists were telling we have to provide Anglo vernacular education. Not only English but also vernacular languages. Okay. Finally, to resolve this, they set up a committee called as okay. Macaulay committee was set up, and this Macaulay committee, write down, emphasized on primary education in English medium, English education, okay, primary education. Third thing, neglected higher and technical education. Neglected higher and technical education. Don't worry, just focus on. Neglected the vernacular education, and education was not free. And education was not free. They emphasized only on primary education, neglected the higher and technical education. Fine. Education was not free, they neglected the vernacular education. They wanted Indians to get education only up to the clerical level of education. Enough for you to become the second division clerk or second division assistant in the East India Company. That is what they wanted you to provide. They never wanted Indians to get higher education, technical education. No, they never wanted Indians to compete with the Britishers. Therefore, they emphasized only on primary education, and that too it was not free. Only if you can afford to pay the fee, even in the government schools, you will be allowed into the schools. Okay. So now, write down this statement. In 1813, just write it down. This is a nonsensical statement, but write it down. In 1813, Mechwood, an imaginary person, Mechwood went on a hunting trip with Raleigh. Mechwood went on a hunting trip with Raleigh. But sadly, he was hurt. He was hurt near Wardha. He was hurt near Wardha, Maharashtra, Wardha, and was rescued by Sergeant Radhakrishnan, and was rescued by Sergeant Radhakrishnan. Now we know all the educational related committees. 1813, fine. Allocation of funds, Macaulay, Wood's Dispatch, 1854. Wood's Dispatch, 1854. Hunter Committee, 1884, during the times of Ripon. Raleigh Committee, 1902, during the times of Curzon. Okay, and then Sadler Committee, 1916. Sadler Committee, SADDLER. So Sadler Committee, and then Hartog Committee, Wardha Scheme of Education by Zakir Hussain. Wardha Scheme of Education by Zakir Hussain. Later he went on to become the Vice President of India. I hope you know that. Fine. So Wardha Scheme of Education, and then Sargent Committee, 1940s, and later Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Committee. He also went on to become the Vice President. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Committee. Understood? These are the educational related committees of India during the British rule. Okay? So just 2 or 3 points with regard to all these things would be more than sufficient for you to remember. And this is in chronological order only. In 1813, Mechwood went on a hunting trip with Raleigh, but sadly he was hurt near Wardha and was rescued by Sergeant Radhakrishnan. That's all. It is in a chronological order only. Just remember this, you'll remember all the committees. Add 1 or 2 points from the handouts that I am going to provide you. Okay. So Macaulay, primary education. Hunter Committee, Anglo vernacular education. He told the government, you have to take up the responsibility of mass education, but government did not take up. And later, Hunter Commission, he talked about women education. Fine, lot of social religious reform movements were going on now. They were establishing a lot of schools for women and all. So it talked about women education, fine. Rayleigh Committee, higher education, again Sadler Committee, like it went on. So you need to know 1 or 2 points about every committee, 1 or 2 points, no more than enough. Varda scheme, it is about Gandhian method of education. So education with activity, life skills, vocational skills. Varda scheme of education. It should not be just given the academic education. You should also be given some life skills, so that after the school you should be able to do some productive job to support your life. Tailoring, like cobbling, some activity has to be taught to you. So that life skill can help you to sustain yourself. Understood? So this was Varda scheme of education. Teachers, how teachers should be trained. So all these things were there in the Varda scheme of education, and this was formulated by Zakir Hussain, and this was based on Gandhi's article in Harijan newspaper. Varda scheme of education was based on Gandhi's article in Harijan newspaper. He had written it. So that education should not be just education, it should also inculcate some life skills or vocational skills which should help the students to sustain themselves after the schooling. So like that, he had written some article, his opinion. So inspired by that article, Zakir Hussain designed an entire scheme of education, and that was implemented for the first time that was discussed in the conference that was held in the Varda Ashram of Gandhi, and was implemented in Varda Ashram of Gandhi only. Fine. So this is very important, Varda scheme of education. Okay. Fine. So now educational committees, you got an idea how to go about. So this should be remembered. So similarly, the press related committees or press related restrictions or regulations. So that one more handout I am going to give you. So Vernacular Press Act 1878. Again, the regulations were removed during the times of Ripon, and in 1908 there was Newspaper Act, Newspaper Incitement Offences Act. 1910 there was Indian Press Act. So whatever the reforms that were brought with regard to the press, it will be summarized in one handout. It is all factual, you just need to read it and relate it to the context. Okay. So Vernacular Press Act, why it was introduced? Because there was a lot of criticism against the Britishers, against the way they handled the famine situation. They did not help the people. Okay, that is one thing. And then 1908, Newspaper Incitement Offences Act. So a lot of extremist leaders were using the newspaper to instigate the people against the British rule, to spread the nationalism and all. So therefore, to control that, to control the spread of disaffection against the British rule, that act was brought. Again, mainly target was extremist leaders. 1910, to suppress the nationalistic literature. So yesterday we wrote down about something called as Indian Society of Oriental Arts and all. No? So the main job was to promote the nationalistic art and literature. So to suppress the nationalistic literature, they brought Indian Press Act of 1910. Books propagating the nationalism should not be published. Fine. So that Gandhi's book I told you to refer to, Hind Swaraj, 1909, it was banned in India. It was banned in India as per this act only. Okay. So likewise you have to correlate it with the timeline. So what was going on in India at this time? So Defence of India Act 1915, it also had restrictions on press. Defence of India Act. Why? First World War was going on. At the same time, if there is some revolt or some activity against the Britishers in India, it is going to create a problem for their war efforts. Therefore, Defence of India Act also provided for some press restrictions. What you should write against the Britishers, what you should not write. There were some guidelines. And even Rowlatt Act, it also had press related restrictions. If a person is arrested under the Rowlatt Act, you are not supposed to write any article supporting him or about him. If any person is arrested as per the Rowlatt Act, no newspaper should publish an article in his support. There were restrictions on press in Rowlatt Act also, Defence of India Act also, and there were a lot of explicit restrictions on the press. So all those things I have given it in the form of handout. It will reach you. You can refer to it. Okay. So am I clear with regard to how to go about these things? Okay. So now I was telling about Indian Universities Act, right? That was what we were discussing. Then we backtracked, we went to this education as a theme, we covered it. Okay? So press as a theme, I told you how to cover, how to go about it. See, if you read it as isolated facts, no, you'll be just trying to memorize it. And memorization had its own limitations. You'll not be able to correlate, you'll not be getting the holistic picture of it. So, correlate it with things that is happening at that time. As I told you, Vernacular Press Act, lot of criticism because the way they handled the famine. 1908, lot of activities of extremists. Extremists, they were like, see, Tilak himself used to publish Kesari and Maharatha. So they used to use newspapers as a weapon against the Britishers to spread nationalism and all. How to suppress them? First, control the spread of extremist thoughts. How? Suppress their newspaper. Indian Society of Oriental Arts and many such organizations promoting nationalistic literature. Suppress it. How? Indian Press Act, 1910. First World War going on. If newspapers write articles against the Britishers, if you criticize, then that might create a problem for British rule in India, because there is a war going on in Europe. Britishers are already under trouble. In India, they don't want fresh trouble. So, Defense of India Act, again restrictions on press. So, likewise, you have to correlate it with the things that is happening at that time in India, the dominant things that is happening. Because these acts will be reaction to the things that is happening in and around that time. No, nothing will happen in isolation in history. Everything will be reaction to something. Everything will be reaction to something. Understood? Nothing will happen in isolation. All of a sudden, Britishers will not bring some press restriction. It will be reaction to something. What was happening? If you remember that part of story, it will be very easy for you to remember the entire thing. That is the organic way of understanding history. So people consider this as isolated events. Okay, there was Swadeshi movement, 1905. During Swadeshi movement, these things happened. They just try to remember the facts. And if you just try to remember the facts, it is not the way you understand history. And that is the reason people forget history. Even if they read it multiple times, they forget history. Because they feel it is just mere collection of facts. It is not. Fine. So there will be an event, and based on the event there will be reaction, and based on the reaction it will lead to another set of events. That is how it goes. That is how it goes. Understood? That is what we will understand in today's class. How to remember it in an organic way. I told you. With regard to the Act's constitutional developments only, I showed you. So what was the demands of moderates? How the British reacted in 1892, how they reacted in 1909, how they reacted in 1919. Later we will cover how they reacted in 1935 also. Fine. So, but the basic framework, you have to know that. So what initiated all these things? What is the organic base of that? So that will help you to remember things in a much more effective and efficient way. You will be able to recall it better. There won't be any confusions. But if you read them in an isolated way, okay, 1909, these things happened, 1919, if you try to remember them separately, it will lead to a lot of confusions, and you are prone to forget many important things, prone to mess up or confuse many important things. That should not happen. Okay? Because now you are in a relaxed state. You are in a relaxed state. But in examination hall, you will be under tremendous pressure. And in that pressure, you are prone to get confused. You are prone to forget the most important things. Those things will happen. If you have memorized something, you might not remember it in the heat of the moment under the extreme pressure. But if you have revised it multiple times and learnt it in an organic way, you can correlate, you can deduce it, and you can get the answer. So that is how it works. Okay. There are a lot of limitations of the memorization method which you should be noticing. It doesn't work under tremendous pressure. You will forget. You will forget. Okay. So you feel like it is the tip of the tongue, but we are not getting it. And immediately after step out of the examination hall, you will get that name or you will get that fact. It happens. Why? Because pressure factor. In exam you will be under tremendous pressure. Once you step out of the examination hall, the pressure is gone. So you start remembering the things that you were trying to remember for last 2 hours. It will come to you all of a sudden, the moment you step out of the examination hall. But it is already too late now. Once you give your OMR sheet, your fate is sealed, done and dusted. You cannot go back and change things. So how to remember it? In the examination hall. So learn it in a systematic way. Don't try to memorize. Okay? Memorization is needed, but Not everything can be remembered or understood in a through a memorization technique. Okay, you have a lot more things. This is just modern India. You have ancient and medieval also. You have other subjects also where there will be a lot of facts which we are supposed to remember. So let's not waste and mess up things. Okay, so insights, kindly respond. Where is yesterday's video? Find out. Tell in Kannad. Aitappa, baro. I'm in Delhi and you are asking me to teach in Kannada. To whom? UPSC won't set any question paper in Kannada. So it should be either English or Hindi. That's all. Okay. So no Kannada and all. Sorry. What were we discussing? Universities Act. Okay. We'll take a break.
Yes, sir.
Break for 30 minutes. Have your lunch. Hey, what is this? Please adjust. We have to go up to 1920 today. See, if we are making fast progress, no, I'll give one more break in between. I am a very kind person, but I don't seem like one. That's the problem. Okay, time is 12:45. Break till 1:15, or take break till 1:20. You ask for 45, no? I'm giving you 35. Okay. Break till 1:20. Have your lunch. Please don't have curd rice. My humble suggestion. Welcome back. Okay, so now with regard to Universities Act, first thing, it increased the number of government representatives in the university syndicates. So it means more government control. So the university syllabus, curriculum, the teaching methods will all be decided by the syndicate of the university, that is the governing council of every university. So now it will have more government members. It means more government control over the functioning of university. Okay, so that is one thing. Secondly, official inspection of colleges to see whether there is any nationalistic activity that is going on in the college, and if in that case they will cancel the affiliation or registration of that school or college if they find any nationalistic activity. Okay, but Curzon told it is being done to increase the quality and standards of education. Official inspection is required to see whether they have proper infrastructure, all those things. He gave the reasons, but this was actually done to suppress the nationalistic activity going on in the schools and colleges. Fine. So that is one thing. And then rupees 5 lakh for promoting research at the university level. Rupees 5 lakh for promoting the university. Research at the university level. Okay. So these were the, what do you call, broadly the constituents of Universities Act. And after this there was something called as Fraser Committee for police reforms. Fraser Committee for police reforms. So Fraser Committee, see earlier there was only one CID department at center. CID means Criminal Investigation Department. Okay, there was only one CID department at the central level. Now what they did? They established CID department at every province. Fraser Committee police reforms. They established CID department at every province, and at the central level they established a new department called as Department of Criminal Intelligence. They established the Department of Criminal Intelligence. And there was one more small department which was outdated, which did not have any rationale. That was called as Department of Thuggery and Dacoities. Dacoits. So that department was abolished. Okay, this is the police reform. Again, the rationale for establishing the CID department in every province was to control the nationalistic activity. CIDs, what they do? They shadow the nationalists. They try to get to know what they are doing. They try to control them. They try to arrest them, create problems for the nationalists. That is what they do. So the CIDs were the secret agents. Earlier it was only with the central government. Now it was established in every province. Therefore, in every province there will be CIDs. More number of CIDs means more control over the nationalists and their activities. So this was the actual intent. Okay. So we are done with agricultural reforms, and in Punjab Land Alienation Act, they have written, no, I gave you two categories, peasants and non-peasants. So actual nomenclature used in the act is they created something called as agricultural tribes. It means peasants. For peasants they called as agricultural tribes, those who are into cultivation. Agricultural tribes. Just add this word. Later you shouldn't get confused or you shouldn't feel like sir has not told us who are these agricultural tribes. He only told peasants and non-peasants. To refer to peasants they use this term agricultural tribes. We should know that. Okay. So those who are engaged in cultivation, they were known as agricultural tribes. That's all. Okay. So that is one thing. And then there was something called as Calcutta Corporation Act 1899, 1899, Calcutta Corporation Act. So this act reduced the number of, it increased the number of European members in Calcutta Corporation. It increased the number of European members, or it increased the European representation in Calcutta Corporation. It increased the European representation in Calcutta Corporation. Okay. So because Calcutta was the capital of India at that point of time, so the government wanted to keep Calcutta under their control only, Calcutta Corporation. Therefore, they increased the number of seats reserved for the European members. Okay, to keep the corporation under their control. So, and then write down Ancient Monuments Protection Act 1904. Ancient Monuments Protection Act. Okay. So, see, as per this act, the responsibility of protecting the monuments and more financial powers were given to Archaeological Survey of India. Archaeological Survey of India was given the responsibility and it was given the financial powers, fine, to protect the ancient monuments of India. So when was this Archaeological Survey of India established? 1861. By whom? Alexander Cunningham. Alexander Cunningham, 1861. Okay. Who was the viceroy at that time? Canning. Canning. And before this Archaeological Survey of India was set up, there was one more organization which was working towards preserving Indian culture, literature, all these things, and that was known as Asiatic Society. Asiatic Society. Asiatic Society, established in 1784. 1784. See, they have talked about Fort William College and all many a times. So this one question is pending. Asiatic Society. It is from the same era, and this society worked towards Indology. Indology, Indology, and translation. Indology and translation. So it was established by William Jones. William Jones. William Jones. Okay. And there was one more person called as Charles Wilkins. Charles Wilkins. He translated Bhagavad Gita to English. Charles Wilkins. The first attempt, almost the early attempt of translating Bhagavad Gita to English was done by Charles Wilkins. He was the member of this organization, Asiatic Society. And William Jones, he translated this Gita Govinda to English, and also that Abhignana Shakuntala of Kalidasa to English. So they undertook a lot of translation works. Okay, William Jones and Charles Wilkins. and it was a member of this organization, James Prinsep. He deciphered the Ashokan inscriptions. James Prinsep was the member of this Asiatic Society. He was the one who deciphered the Ashokan inscriptions. That was a PYQ, you know it, right? So who deciphered the Ashokan inscriptions? PYQ, James Prinsep. So he was a member of which organization? Asiatic Society, established in 1784. What was the purpose? You know it. Who is the founder? William Jones. What he did? Gita Govinda to English and also Abhignana Shakuntala to English. Charles Wilkins, what did he do? Gita to English. Okay, so this you should know. And then later, you know about this Alexander Cunningham, right? First director of Archaeological Survey of India, Alexander Cunningham. First Director General of ASI. He excavated lot of stupas. Excavated lot of stupas. Okay. And in 1892, there was something called as buck crisis. Buck means money. Give me $100. We talk now. So money crisis, therefore that led to the shutting down of ASI. And this ASI, this led to end of ASI. And who led to the revival of this ASI? It was Curzon, through Ancient Monuments Protection Act. Through Ancient Monuments Protection Act. And Curzon appointed John Marshall as the Director General of ASI. John Marshall was appointed as the Director General of ASI by Curzon. And both of them, Alexander Cunningham and John Marshall, together excavated IVC along with Dayaram Sahni. Fine. Both Marshall, Cunningham and Dayaram Sahni, R.D. Sahni or Dayaram Sahni, together excavated the IVC sites. Harappa, Mohenjo-daro and all were excavated by them. Fine. And there was a person called as Führer. Not the Führer of Germany. He was associated with ASI. He discovered Lumbini pillar inscriptions. So when was the first site of IVC discovered? 1921, 1921. Okay, 1921. And who was the first Indian to be appointed as the Director General of ASI? R.D. Sahni. First Indian to be appointed as the Director General of ASI. So there was a lot of Stone Age sites and Iron Age sites in India. Okay, there was a person called as Wheeler. This can be a potential question. Wheeler, who discovered the Iron Age site at Arikamedu and Stone Age sites at Brahmagiri, Musky, and Kalasavalli. All three of them in Karnataka. Brahmagiri, Maski and Kalasavalli. Okay. And Brahmagiri there is an Ashokan inscription also. And in Brahmagiri there is also an Ashokan inscription. Okay. So inscription where he has called himself as okay. So this is about the monuments related things. Asiatic society is important. If we can dig further, dig about it, because from 1700s with regard to education and culture, this Fort Williams College, it has been asked multiple times. So who led to the establishment of Fort Williams College, Wellesley, and like who is the person behind the establishment of Asiatic society? It can be asked, okay, because they were the predecessors of Archaeological Survey of India. Before we had a ASI. Who was doing that work? It was Asiatic Society. Okay. So Asiatic Society, later ASI, who led to the establishment of ASI was the first. So what did they do? It was closed down. Later Ancient Monuments Protection Act gave it back the powers, and then they discovered a lot of things, IVC sites, lot of other things. Okay. So when James Prinsep discovered, when did he discover? Decipher the Ashokan inscriptions. 1837. 1837. There was no ASI. There was no Archaeological Survey of India when he deciphered the Ashokan inscriptions. Fine. So he was part of which organization? Asiatic Society. That is where it comes into play. Okay. So Ancient Monuments Protection Act. Then there are other committees set up by Curzon. Please write down. Other committees. So Kitchener Committee. Kitchener was the commander-in-chief. He was kind of defense minister in Viceroy's Executive Council, Curzon's Executive Council. Kitchener Committee for military reforms. Kitchener Committee for military reforms. Okay. And then Young Husband Mission. Young Husband. Young Husband Mission to Tibet to counter the Russian influence. Young Husband Mission to Tibet to counter the Russian influence. Robertson Committee for railway reforms. Robertson Committee for railway reforms. Railway reforms. McMahon Committee for Persian Gulf. McMahon Committee for Persian Gulf. To strengthen the defense, the frontier defense. Okay. So nobody should be able to come even near India. It was the prized colony Britishers had, India. So to protect India from all directions, they did this. This McMahon Committee and Young Husband Mission, that was the main thing. So nobody should be able to come even near India. No enemies, whether it is Russians or any other European powers, they should not be even allowed near India. That was the reason. And then there was the establishment of Department of Industries and Commerce. Department of Industries and Commerce. Coins and Currencies Act. Department of Industries and Commerce. Coins and Currencies Act. Official Secrets Act. So the era of secrecy. Official Secrets Act. You can ask any reason, any detail, they will say Official Secrets Act. Will not be able to give. To break this opaqueness, we had RTI. Understood? Official Secrets Act was the shield for all the corrupt activities even after independence. So then when you ask for some information, they used to say, as per Official Secrets Act, we are not supposed to give you this information. It's threat to national security. Who built this road? Why there are potholes? We cannot disclose the information because it's threat to national security. They used to give such reasons. Until we got RTI, like this was one of the most abused, misused provision, Official Secrets Act, and enacted during the times of Curzon. Okay. Official Secrets Act 1904. Check, gentlemen. Kindly check again. Okay. Official Secrets Act 1904, and then Department of Agriculture 1904. Department of Agriculture 1904. Okay, he is also known as the father of tenure system. Father of tenure system. What is tenure system? No secretariat staff will stay in a particular department after a particular defined period of time. So after 5 years, you are compulsorily supposed to get transferred to some other department. Tenure system. If you stay in one position permanently, corruption, nexus, everything will be developed. Therefore, after a particular time, you have to compulsorily get transferred. Tenure system. He started Imperial Cadet Corps. Curzon started Imperial Cadet Corps. So he also undertook measures for restoration of Taj Mahal. Measures for restoration of Taj Mahal. Okay. So these were the things done by Curzon, and last and the most important thing which he did was Partition of Bengal. Partition of Bengal. Fine. So in 1903 he told there is a proposal to partition Bengal. Okay. In July 1905, announced the partition of Bengal, and as a reaction, there was anti-partition movement or Swadeshi movement started from August 1905. Which date it started? 7th August. Last year question. National Handloom Day. Okay. So, and it was officially implemented the partition came into force from October 1905. October 1905. Okay. So, what was the reason for partition? So, let me give you fair idea of what was partition, what was its intent, all those things. So, just write down along with me. So, this is not the shape of Bengal, but still to explain you have to draw this. Okay. So, East Bengal, Assam, West Bengal, Bihar, Orissa. So all these things together constituted the province of Bengal, and it was a very big province. and there was only one capital. What was it? Calcutta. So people from East Bengal, people from Orissa, people from Assam, all were supposed to travel to Calcutta to get their works done. So this was a very big province, and this big province is very difficult to administer. So especially during the extreme circumstances, imagine if there is a famine, if there is flood, will the government be able to effectively tackle the flood in Assam or famine in East Bengal, help the people in Orissa? No. So that is the reason after independence we had a lot of reorganization. Fine. So even today there is ongoing demand for creation of Vidarbha, Marathwada, Mithilanchal, Awadh Pradesh. Fine. In Tamil Nadu there is Kongu Nadu. In Karnataka there is demand for North Karnataka. So there is demand for creation of many smaller states because imbalanced development. Fine. Some areas of the state are very well developed, some areas not developed. Here also, region around Calcutta well developed, all others neglected. Government will not be able to help those people, especially during the extreme circumstances. And this is a frontier province, like it borders with Myanmar. And Calcutta is a very important place for Britishers. The defense of this region is very important for them. Okay. Therefore, they had to undertake a lot of measures. Okay. So Curzon told, for administrative convenience, to ensure defense of the province and to provide aid during the flood or famine, and ultimately for increasing the efficiency of administration, we have to partition Bengal. He gave these reasons. The reasons. Okay. So what they did? They announced the partition of Bengal in this way: East Bengal and West Bengal. So West Bengal, it was Hindu majority. East Bengal, it was Muslim majority. And here 33% Bengalis, 33% Biharis, 33% Odia people. Therefore, Bengalis will become linguistic minorities in their own province. So that will affect their confidence. Okay. So the broad plan of Curzon was, this was the given reason or the official reason, but the actual reason was divide and rule policy. Okay. Second thing, to reduce. See, if you look at the early nationalists, most of them are from Bengal only. Surendranath Banerjee, Anand Mohan Bose, Dwarkanath Tagore, Devendranath Tagore, Raja Radhakant Dev, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Most of the early nationalists, most of them are from Bengal only. Okay. And Bengal was the epicenter of the Indian national movement. So you have to crush the national movement in Bengal before you crush it elsewhere. So that was the rationale. How to crush it? You need to have like more control. There is only one CID department in Bengal, in Calcutta. It is a capital, no? Only one CID department. If you divide Bengal into two provinces, two CID departments, better control over the nationalist activities. So you can easily suppress the nationalist activities. So here there will be a new capital, Dhaka. Two CID departments. So better control or monitoring of nationalist activities. And Bengalis, they were in the forefront of nationalist activity. And there were a lot of nationalistic literature that was written in Bengali language. Neel Darpan, Anand Mat, Desher Katha, like lots and lots of things. They were written in Bengali language only. So Bengali language was propagating a lot of nationalism. How to stop it? Make Bengalis as minorities in their own province only. Hurt their confidence, hurt their self-respect, hurt their unity. So, reduce Bengalis into linguistic minority, hurt their confidence and self-respect. Okay? So, these were the hidden agendas. Divide and rule policies, Hindus versus Muslim. Build the administrative pressure on the nationalists by creating two different provinces, and ultimately hurt the self-respect and confidence of Bengali masses. Okay? With these three intentions, he partitioned Bengal. And this is what led to Swadeshi movement. So later, this partition remained in force up to 1911. Partition remained in force up to 1911. So what happened after 1911? Did Bengal return back to its original shape? Bengal did not return back to its original shape. So what was the shape of Bengal? So what they did was, Assam was separated, and East Bengal and West Bengal, they came together. West Bengal, East Bengal, it was united, but Bihar and Orissa, they were separated. Bihar and Orissa were separated. So in 1911, partition of Bengal was cancelled, but the Bengal province did not return to its original shape. So this was the original shape, and this was what happened to Bengal province in 1911. Only both the parts of Bengal were united, East Bengal and West Bengal. Bihar and Orissa were carved out as one province. And in 1919, Provincial Legislative Council was established in Bihar and Orissa. They were counted as one province together. In 1935, they were separated. Bihar one separate province, Orissa one separate province. But till 1935, they remained together. Okay? Understood? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, as a response to partition of Bengal, the nationalists started what? Swadeshi movement. And Swadeshi movement is regarded as the first mass movement of Indian freedom struggle. And this movement witnessed the rare synergy of efforts between moderates and extremists. Both of them were together. It was a mass movement. And even during this movement, they continued the propagated the boycott of British goods. Again, with two intentions. One, to hurt the British economy. Second one, to promote the indigenous goods, indigenous industries. And during this movement, see, why they started Swadeshi movement? As a response to what? Partition of Bengal. See, this is how we should be remembering history. Why they partitioned Bengal? There was more nationalism. It was the narrow center of Indian nationalism. More and more nationalists. Why more and more nationalists in Bengal? Presence of, it was the capital. Presence of education, presence of intellectuals, connection with the outside world, reformers, all these things. It made Bengalis more aware and more exploitation, zamindari policy, all these things, more exploitation. All these things made Bengalis more aware, more enlightened. So there was more nationalism. And to suppress this more nationalism, Curzon did partition of Bengal. And as a response to partition of Bengal, there was Swadeshi movement. And as a Outcome of Swadeshi movement, there was increase in nationalism. There was a mass movement in India for the first time, and there was something called as Surat split. Surat split. Fine? Understood? And also, Britishers took the divide and rule policy very seriously. As a result of this divide and rule policy, you can see 1906 formation of Muslim League, 1909 separate communal electorate, 1919 separate communal electorate extended to Christians, Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, divide and rule policy. Understood? Unity is the problem, therefore divide on the basis of religion. So this is what Britishers did. So, are you understanding it? How to draw the relations, how to analyze the interconnectedness among the things that you are studying. Fine? So nothing happens in isolation. Everything is related and everything happens as a reaction to something. So this is what happened. This is what happened. Okay. Likewise, you should be able to remember all other things that you encounter in the while studying history. Okay. So now it started as a response to Partition of Bengal. Fine. So Bengal, that is the reason. Unity of Bengal is the reason why they started it. So therefore what they did, they emphasized on Bengali culture and literature. They emphasized on Bengali culture and literature. See, they want to launch a mass movement. And imagine if there is no support for Swadeshi movement in Bengal only, do you call it as a successful movement? Not at all. So you have to make sure it is successful in Bengal. How to bring more people to the movement? How to attract more people?
To make them understand what
Yes, emotional appeal. Emotional appeal. So you have to cater to your emotions, have to arouse you emotionally so that you come out and participate. Because never before something like this has happened. Never before masses were mobilized in India. Understood? So during moderates they did not believe in the masses only. So obviously there cannot be any mass movement. Now they are doing it for the first time. And to make it happen, they have to use emotions. They have to arouse the people, charge the people emotionally, then make sure they come out of their homes and participate in Swadeshi movement. So how to arouse them emotionally? Talk about their culture, talk about their past, talk about their history, talk about their pride. Fine. So at this point of time, Rabindranath Tagore wrote Amar Sonar Bangla to highlight the greatness of Bengali culture, Bengali history, everything. Amar Sonar Bangla. And at the same time, Durga Puja. So Hindus and Muslims together conducted Durga Puja. Fine. And then this holy dip in river Ganga, both Hindus and Muslims together took the holy dip in river Ganga. Because Ganga flows through both East Bengal and West Bengal. So it symbolizes the unity of Bengal. Therefore both Hindus and Muslims together took the holy dip in river Ganga. They tied Rakis to each other. Fine. So to symbolize the unity. So this emotional elements brought lot of people into the movement. Okay. And you have to make sure the movement is successful in Bengal first. So for that you need emotional elements. So they used it. And they wanted to see, this is the part of national movement. This is not some regional movement. This is not some regional movement. They did not want to confine the Swadeshi movement only to Bengal. They wanted to make it an all India movement. Therefore, what they did? They also took it to different parts of India. And what context? See, Partition of Bengal is matter of Bengal. How does it concern Madrasis? How does it concern like people from Bombay? Listen, that is where the emotional elements come into play. They promoted the concept of Mother India. During Republic Day, the Independence Day and all, you see the portrait of Mother India, no? Map of India in front of that Mother India standing with tricolor flag. So that portrait was popularized and conceptualized during Swadeshi movement only. So Mother India, the concept of Mother India. India is a mother to us. All the provinces are the daughters of Mother India. In a family, Like all the provinces are like sisters. We are all the daughters of Mother India. In a family, if one of the sister is under trouble, what will other sisters do? Help. So now Bengal is under trouble. In reality it might happen, it might not happen, but back then good people were there. So yes, if Bengal is under trouble, it is a moral responsibility of other provinces to stand up and support for Bengal. So with that concept, they promoted the concept of Mother India, and they wanted rest of India to stand up and support the cause of Bengalis. They started using it. This emotional appeals, the concept of Mother India, the concept of unity, and they started telling, today they have partitioned Bengal, tomorrow they might partition Madras, they might partition Bombay. So if you don't stand up today, you might stand divided. So stand up now, we'll teach them a lesson. So this emotional appeal, it took the center stage during the Swadeshi movement. They promoted the concept of Mother India, and this portrait of Mother India was prepared by two different individuals. Right now, portrait of Mother India was the product of Indian Society of Oriental Arts. Yesterday we discussed about it. Designed on the lines of Shanti Niketan, led by Abanindranath Tagore. Indian Society of Oriental Arts, led by Abanindranath Tagore. What was the intent? To promote nationalistic art and literature. To promote nationalistic art and literature. So what does this organization do? They promote the artists to prepare nationalistic art and literature. So Mother India was the product of this organization. It was drawn by, just a minute, let me complete. So it was drawn by two different individuals. One is Abanindranath Tagore, another one is Nandalal Bose. The portrait drawn by Nandalal Bose, it became very popular. Nandalal Bose and Abanindranath Tagore. Okay, they prepared their own versions, and Nandalal Bose version became very famous. Okay, that is the one similar to, that is the one we are using it popularly now. So when did it come up? Swadeshi movement. Why? Emotional elements. Attract the people emotionally. Okay, so this was there, and Tilak also popularized this Shivaji Ganesha festival. He took it outside Maharashtra region also. So what was the rationale of Shivaji and Ganesha festival? To unite the youth. To unite the youth. And they started using this jatras, folk theatre, street play, Prabhat ferries, magic lantern lectures, etc. to create awareness among the people. So where do a lot of people gather? Jatras, the folk theatres. So how to gather more people? Street plays. Fine. How to gather the youth and children? Magic lantern lectures. What is magic lantern? It is a lantern that changes the colors. So children will get attracted. When children comes, tell them the story of some, narrate them the story of some nationalistic hero, some freedom fighter, so that they get inspired. Later they will enter into the path of nationalism. Fine. So like that, they undertook all these things to promote the nationalism. Magic lantern lectures, they used jatras, folk theatre, street plays, all these things to promote nationalism during Swadeshi movement, because it was very new. Never before in the history we had something like that. They were experimenting. They were doing whatever they could do to take the nationalism and Swadeshi movement to more and more people. Okay, and one very important feature of Swadeshi movement was the emphasis on Atma Shakti, self-reliance. Atma Shakti, self-reliance. Okay, so Atma Shakti, it has three stages or three phases. It happens in three levels. One is at the village level, industries and education. Village, industries and education. So at village level, they will promote the cooperatives. They will promote the unity among the farmers. and this unity will prevent them from exploitation. This unity will lead to increase in their productivity. They can share their resources, they can help each other in the times of crisis, they can stand together against exploitation. So there will be some unity among them. So this will prevent them from exploitation. It will lead to more productivity, and more productivity will increase their profits. So they will be free from this basic exploitation. So this is what was the intent. So our farmers were divided on the lines of caste, religion, region, status, lot of things. Therefore what they did? They promoted cooperatives. So cooperatives can lead to what do you call shared use of resources, cooperation, supporting each other in the times of crisis, prevents them from exploitation. If I am alone, zamindar can exploit me, any trader or merchant can exploit me. But if I form a cooperative, if like 50 or 100 farmers are together, we have that bargaining power. We can say to zamindar, Guru, come next week to collect the taxes. We can say to the trader, Guru, we won't sell for your rate, you want more. All 100 of us are together, you want more rate. We have bargaining power. Understood? So this was very important step. They tried to unify the farmers. So nationalism slowly started entering into the rural areas. That is where the real India stays. Rural areas. 90% of population stayed in rural areas. So through cooperatives, they entered into rural areas. And see, they boycotted the British goods. Boycott. Now they have to provide the indigenous goods as a supplementary. But we have two limitations. One, we don't have money to establish large scale industries and all. Second one, we don't have technology also. Even if we have both, Britishers will not allow us to establish large scale industries. Understood? The government is against us. Because if we establish industries, large scale industries, it is going to compete with British industries, which Britishers don't like. So they were against Indians establishing large scale industries, and we had limitations also, technological limitations, financial limitations we did not have. So how to go about, how to provide the alternative to the British goods? That is when they emphasized on village, cottage and small scale industries. With a limited investment, with a limited technology, we will cater to the demands of the villagers. Whatever items are required for day-to-day consumption, clothes, candles, matchsticks, soaps, whatever that is required on day-to-day basis, which does not require huge investment in technology, they started manufacturing those things. So that those industries will also make profit and people will also get the taste of Swadeshi goods. Fine. So this led to establishment of lot of Swadeshi industries. Swadeshi industries. And Swadeshi industries, they will create jobs and the profit generated will stay in India only. Understood? Imagine, I established a soap industry. I started manufacturing soap. Day by day, the demand for my soaps increased. I get lot of profits. And what do I do with profits? I'll expand my industry. I'll employ 2 more people. So it created jobs. Again, the money was invested in India. But what if we import the British goods? Profits will go to a Britisher. Jobs will be created in England, not in India. So this is the problem. So this is what they did with regard to industries. So a lot of industries were established, Lakshmi Cotton Mills, Bengal Chemical Factory by Acharya P.C. Ray. A lot of things were established during Swadeshi movement. And now, see, you are providing the goods. You are providing the Indian goods. But what kind of education is being given to the people? Western education. So these youth, those who undergo the Western schooling and all, those who get the English education, they blindly started following the Western culture, the Western dressing style. They started using the Western products to maintain that lifestyle. So they were Indians in blood and color, but in taste and preferences, they were like Britishers. They followed the British lifestyle. And in order to follow the British lifestyle, you need to have the British goods. And British goods are manufactured by British industries. So permanently we will be the subscribers to the British goods. So they will always rule us. So how to break this? We have to provide the nationalistic education. We have to provide the nationalistic education. Without providing the nationalistic education, all the other efforts undertaken by you is going to be wasted. So what they did? They established national schools and colleges. national schools and colleges. And in 1906, they established something called as National Council of Education. Who led these efforts? Satish Chandra Mukherjee. Write it down. 1906 National Council of Education. Similar to NCRT. Similar to NCRT. Satish Chandra Mukherjee. And in 1890 only, there was a person called as Gurudas Banerjee. 1890. Gurudas Banerjee. So, I established something called as Bengal Council of National Education. Bengal Council of National Education. Gurudas Banerjee. So, efforts were ongoing to promote national education, and it took a concrete shape in 1906 when they established National Council of Education. What was the objective of this? To provide nationalistic and scientific education. Write down. To provide nationalistic and scientific education with emphasis on Indian culture. Nationalistic and scientific education with emphasis on Indian culture. Fine. Lots of national schools and colleges were established, but most of them were confined to urban areas. Urban areas. Okay, that was one limitation of this. But it prepared a very wide pool of nationalists. Okay, so nationalism reached a lot of different areas. It reached different sections of society. So it was a very good contribution.
It was in vernacular language.
Both Anglo vernacular, and some people they have this doubt. So how did Britishers let them establish national schools and colleges? If they are providing nationalistic education, how did Britishers allow them? Listen, not because of transferred subject. We are talking about 1906. Transferred subject 1919. So you are missing the logic. See, the nationalists were demanding Britishers provide education, provide education. Britishers were telling we don't have money, we can't provide. It was against their policy. They did not want Indians to get educated. They always wanted Indians to remain slave for Britishers. So we were demanding them, but Britishers were like refusing to undertake more and more efforts to promote education. And now nationalists, they requested Britishers, okay boss, we will only establish the schools. We will only establish the schools. We don't want your money, you just allow us to establish. We will provide education. So Britishers got suspicious. Okay, these people are establishing. Okay. So our nationalists never told that we are going to provide nationalistic education in these schools. We never told that directly. Fine. If you tell, then the purpose is gone. You have to keep it secret. So Britishers put a condition. Okay, you can establish national schools and colleges, whatever schools and colleges you want to establish, but on one condition. Those who graduate from your schools and colleges, they will not be eligible for government jobs. You establish, but those who come out of your schools and colleges will not be eligible for government jobs. So nationalists told, our intention is not to get the government job. Our intention is to end your empire. Why will we serve your empire? Understood? Our intention is to end your empire in India, not to serve your empire. So obviously, they told, fine sir, we don't want government jobs, let us establish. Britishers allowed them to establish. And it was one of their greatest mistake. They allowed the establishment of national schools and colleges. Fine. So this created a very wide pool of youngsters to join the national movement. A very important thing. Okay. So see, self-reliance, it's a very important element. And how did this movement become a mass movement? Because first thing, Role of newspapers. So there were a lot of newspapers like Kesari and Maharatha by Tilak, Bengali by Surendranath Banerjee. There was something called as Sanjeevani by K.K. Mitra, Krishna Kumar Mitra. He was a moderate leader who advocated boycott. K.K. Mitra, moderate leader who advocated boycott. Does moderates like boycott? No, it is against their policy. But this moderate leader advocated boycott. And there was one newspaper called as Sandhya. It was a revolutionary newspaper published by Brahmabandhab Upadhyaya. Sandhya, Brahmabandhab Upadhyaya. And there was one more newspaper, New India, edited by Bipin Chandra Pal. Vande Mataram, edited by Aurobindo Ghosh. See, later New India will come under the control of Annie Besant. See, one newspaper will have different editors over a period of time. Hindu established in 1878. Does it have the same editor now? No. Over a period of time, the editors will change. So, in 1905-1906, Bipin Chandra Pal used to edit this newspaper, New India. In 1915-16 and all, Annie Besant served as the editor for some time. Okay. So, same newspaper, over a period of time, it will have different editors. Okay. So, Sandhya, Sanjeevani, Kesari Maharatha, Bengali, and then New India, Vande Mataram. So, all these newspapers made this this movement reach lot of people, and even Amrit Bazar Patrika. Fine. All these things made this movement reach lot of people. Okay. So, and then there were a lot of organizations, Servants of India Society, Deccan Sabha, Swadesh Bandhav Samiti by Ashwini Kumar Datta. Swadesh Bandhav Samiti by Ashwini Kumar Datta. Okay. So, he was a nationalist from Barisal region of Bengal. Fine. So, he had a very strong hold, was a very strong leader of that region. So, his organization also supported Swadeshi movement. INC, all these organizations supported the Swadeshi movement. Okay. And then this Swadeshi movement, it had different names in different region. Okay. So, in Karnataka, it was called as Vangabanga movement. In Karnataka region, it was called as Vangabanga movement. In Andhra, it was called as Vande Mataram movement. Okay. In Tamil Nadu region, it was led by Chidambaram Pillai. In Madras region, it was led by Chidambaram Pillai. Bombay region, led by Tilak, Gokhale, Firozshah Mehta, etc. Bombay region, led by Tilak, Gokhale, Firozshah Mehta, etc. Punjab region, Punjab Kesari, Lala Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh. Delhi region, Syed Haidar Raza. Delhi region led by Syed Haidar Raza. Okay. And Bengal region, you all know the leaders, Surendranath Banerjee, Bipin Chandra Pal, Aurobindo Ghosh, K.K. Mitra, Ashwini Kumar Datta, etc. Okay. So all these things contributed to the spread of the movement. Okay. So this movement was able to reach different parts of the country thanks to the efforts of extremists. Fine. So I am audible till the end? Okay. So it reached different parts of the country. And now this movement was going on successfully, but in the background lot of efforts were ongoing to suppress this movement. Lot of efforts. Because for the first time in India, something is happening at a very big scale against the Britishers. Mass movement was happening for the first time. We are boycotting the British goods. We are promoting the indigenous goods. So this was something unexpected for the Britishers. So Britishers were rattled. They were shocked about the things that were going on in India. Fine. So what was the intent of Partition of Bengal? Divide and rule policy. So Hindus versus Muslims, that is what they wanted to achieve. Second thing, hurt the self-respect of Bengalis, self-respect and confidence, suppress nationalism, suppress nationalism. Three main reasons. But what is happening due to Swadeshi movement? Hindus and Muslims together conducting Durga Puja, holy dip in Ganga, tying Rakis to each other, singing Amar Sonar Bangla together. So this unity increased. And they wanted to hurt the self-respect and confidence of Bengalis, but in fact it increased. Indian Society of Oriental Arts, Amar Sonar Bangla, lot of literature, lot of emphasis. People became more emotionally charged. They started loving the language more than ever before. So ulta effect. And lastly, suppression of nationalism. They wanted to suppress the nationalism in Bengal, but it got spread to rest of India. Fine. So it got spread to rest of India. So all efforts of Curzon backfired. All the efforts of Curzon, all the intents of Curzon, whatever he wanted to achieve through Partition of Bengal, it all backfired. So the British government was concerned, and on top of it, there was boycott of British goods. On top of it, there was efforts to self-reliance or Atma Shakti, indigenous education, nationalistic education, indigenous industries, all these things were getting done. So and on top of it, it was a mass movement. Never before in India there was a mass movement. It started. So this was something which was unacceptable to the Britishers. It was unacceptable. So the Curzon was given the task by the British government. See, every viceroy will get 5 years, but we gave you 7 years because we thought you are intelligent. But your over intelligence and over smartness is backfiring. So either end the Swadeshi movement, pack your bags and come back. Do something. End the Swadeshi movement or get ready, come back. At the same time, there was controversy going on between Curzon and his commander-in-chief Kitchener. Kitchener was very strong. So he was not listening to Curzon. He was questioning Curzon. So the controversy was going on. Kitchener has also complained to British government, and this Swadeshi movement also started. So Curzon's position started wobbling. And now Curzon was given the task of suppressing this. He tried to suppress the nationalistic leaders. He called moderates for a meeting. He told, what do you want? Moderates told, we don't want anything, just cancel the Partition of Bengal. Curzon asked, apart from that, they told, that's it. That is all what we want. So moderates were also not listening to him. So Curzon was helpless. He could not do anything to the Swadeshi movement. But while going back, he got one crazy idea. So what he did, called a person called as Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka for a meeting. He asked Nawab Salimullah, why are you Muslims participating in Swadeshi movement? Nawab Salimullah told, boss, you want to divide the unity between Hindus and Muslims, it seems. You want to hurt the self-respect and confidence of Bengalis, it seems. You want to suppress the nationalism, it seems. So people told it all these things to me, therefore we also wanted to counter it, therefore we are participating. Now Curzon told, see, my intent is not to do any of those things. My intent was very simple. In East Bengal region, the lands are owned by Hindus and Muslims work as peasants. Muslim peasants are exploited by the Hindu zamindars. To protect the Muslim peasants from the exploitation of Hindu zamindars, I partitioned Bengal, and you people, you are supporting Swadeshi movement. Okay, go get exploited, I will cancel it. Nawab Salimullah told, boss, wait. Don't be in haste. We did not know. Those people just told us these reasons and we started doing it. Now Curzon asked, you people are fools, you don't know. Not only this, there are a lot of things which you should be noticing. Nawab Salimullah was wondering, lot of things. What else is there, boss? Curzon told, Durga Puja, it belongs to which religion? Hindu religion. Holy dip in Ganga is a practice of which religion? Hindu religion. Tying Rakis, practice of which religion? Hindu religion. Slowly you are being converted into Hinduism. Nawab Salimullah was shocked. Boss, you enlightened me. You helped me open my eyes. Now what should I do? Then Curzon told, stop Muslims from participating in the Swadeshi movement. That is the best you can do. That is the least you can do. Stop Muslim masses. Now Nawab Salimullah was not only a political leader, he was also a religious leader. He commanded a lot of respect in the Bengal region. He belonged to that royal family of Nawabs, ruling family of Nawabs. So he organized a very big meeting in the Dhaka region. A lot of Muslim masses gathered, and in that meeting he told the Muslim masses not to participate in the Swadeshi movement. So the Muslim participation declined. But did the Swadeshi movement end? No. What was the task given to him by the British government? End the Swadeshi movement. Now he was not able to end. He was able to damage it. Muslim participation declined after Nawab Salimullah's speech in Dhaka. Okay? And Nawab Salimullah, he told Curzon, boss, see, this is a Hindu majority country. Okay, we'll stop participating in Swadeshi movement. But what if Hindus retaliate against us? What if they start targeting us? Curzon told, don't worry, I am with you. The government is with you. We'll give you protection. But Curzon was transferred. He was called back from India. Now a new viceroy came, Minto. New viceroy came, Minto. Now, Nawab Salimullah went to meet Minto. He told, boss, see, earlier there was a guy Curzon. He gave us a lot of promises. First thing, protection. If you stop participating in Swadeshi movement, he told he would give protection. He would support us. But since he is transferred, we are scared. What to do? Are you committed to his promises? Minto told, yes, I will protect you. Now Salimullah told, boss, not me, my entire community. Minto told, see, gentlemen, see, if you come to me asking for protection, I can protect you, not your entire community. Are you the representative of your entire community? No. Then how can I protect your entire community when you request? So if you want protection for your entire community, then you have to form an organization, and on behalf of that organization, you have to give me a request letter that give protection to my entire community, protect our social, political and economic interest. Give us a request letter. If you come and ask me, I can protect you personally, but not your entire community. And Nawab Salimullah asked, boss, what do I do? I am a poor person. I am a poor person. All my money snatched away by you only. I don't have money to establish an organization. So Curzon, Minto told, I will give you 14 lakh rupees as loan. 14 lakh rupees as loan, which you need not pay back. You can take the loan, enjoy. you need not pay back. Use it and form an organization. And at this moment, Nawab Salimullah joined hands with one more learned person called as Aga Khan, and they established Muslim League. Using the money given by Minto, they established Muslim League in the year 1906. And the main objective, the stated objective, was to protect the social, political and economic interests of Muslims. But the hidden agenda was to keep the Muslim masses away from the national movement. The hidden agenda of Muslim League was to keep the Muslim masses away from the national movement, keep them away from the Congress. This was the reason. So now Muslim masses divided. So this was the first reason why Swadeshi movement came to an end. Okay. So end of Swadeshi movement. The first reason is this Nawab Salimullah's communal speech, formation of Muslim League, that Hindu-Muslim unity got disrupted. First reason. Second one, when something is going on against the Britishers in India, when it is damaging the roots of British Empire in India, are Britishers going to keep quiet looking at it? No. They used their strength. They arrested a lot of nationalist leaders, they banned a lot of books, they suppressed a lot of newspapers, and they imposed a lot of restrictions. And one such restriction was, write down, Carlisle Circular. Carlisle Circular. Carlyle. Carlisle Circular. Fine. It restricted the students. From taking part in nationalist activities. It restricted the students from taking part in nationalist activities. They are not supposed to take part. If you take part, then you will be fired from your schools and colleges. Okay. So that was the case. So it was to mainly prevent the youth from participating in the Swadeshi movement. Okay. And Britishers, at this point of time, they innovated a lot of things. We'll come to it. And then one of the main reasons for the end of Swadeshi movement was it was a mass movement. And the capacity of the masses is limited. Because see, let's say for example, I am a rickshaw driver, rickshaw puller. I can join Swadeshi movement for 1 or 2 days. Can I keep on joining it? Neglecting my livelihood, neglecting my family. I cannot continuously take part in it. I can contribute 1 or 2 days a week or 1 or 2 days a month, but not every day I will be able to spare. So fighting capacity of the masses is limited. Therefore, whenever there is mass movement, it has a limited lifespan, because it is very difficult to take lakhs of people together for a longer period of time. It is highly difficult to sustain that energy, to sustain that momentum. It is not possible. So usually the mass movements are short-lived. And this Swadeshi movement, it did not have the strong organizational support, because 1885 to 1905, INC was under the control of which group? Moderates. Do they believe in the masses? Do they believe in the mass movements? So will the organization be strong? Not at all. Organization was weak, because for last 20 years they were led by moderates who did not believe in the masses. So obviously weak organization means they will not be able to mobilize a lot of people. So that was the problem. And then last and the most important reason for the end of Swadeshi movement was Surat split. Surat split. So what are the reasons for Surat split? I will give you 3 reasons. First thing, ideological differences, moderates versus extremists. It was already there. P3 versus BP. Belief in British, do not believe in British. Moderates does not believe in the masses, extremists believes in the masses. Moderates, elitists, extremists, lower middle class. Moderates, completely loyal to British, satisfied with the reforms. Extremists not satisfied with reforms, they wanted self-rule. So like that there were a lot of ideological differences. So they cannot work together for a longer period of time. They have a lot of differences. Secondly, there are a lot of incidents which increase the rivalry. Or differences between them. So what were the events? Write down. So I am not going to dictate it, I am just going to say it. If you wish to, you can write down. See, Tilak started Shivaji and Ganesha festivals. Tilak started publicly organizing the Shivaji and Ganesha festivals. See, festivals are to be celebrated at home, but Tilak started organizing it publicly. Fine. He started using religion to mobilize the masses, to unify the youth. And moderates were against it. They were like, do not bring religion into politics. Do not bring religion into politics. Tilak started organizing them publicly, but these people were against it. Secondly, in the year 1895, you know Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, no? Who was the founder? Mahadev Govind Ranade. You suddenly gave it to Gokhale. Hey. Forgot V.S. Chiplankar and P.C. Joshi. Don't do that. Remember, 3 founders. All 3 organizations, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, Madras Mahajan Sabha, Bombay Presidency Association, 3 founders each. Remember. Okay. So, now, this organization, Tilak was also a member of this Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Gokhale was also the member of this. Okay. So, this organization, since it was led by Ranade and Gokhale, it was functioning in a moderate way. But when Tilak joined it, a lot of extremist people also joined it. It became popular because of Tilak. More and more people joined it. They joined it expecting some action, but there was speeches, inaction. So they were not happy with its working. So they started telling Tilak, Guru, what is this? We joined because of you, but here, full boring people. Do something. Tilak told, see, this is not my organization. There might be a lot of my followers in this organization, but this is not my organization. Founded by Ranade, Gokhale, those people dominated. What can I do? So finally, the followers told Tilak, Guru, we are larger in numbers. We can dominate this. So in 1895, Mahadev Govind Ranade and Gopal Krishna Gokhale was removed from Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. The founder himself was removed. And in 1896, Gokhale formed something called as Deccan Sabha. 1896, he formed something called as Deccan Sabha. 1897, Tilak was arrested. You know about Chapekar brothers case, no? Assassination of Rand. Tilak wrote a lot of articles in newspaper. In his Kesari newspaper and all, he wrote a lot of articles. So, instigating articles. So, he told somebody has to take up the, don't be scared of this penal code and all. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. Don't be scared of this petty penal code. They'll kill you, they will punish you. Don't be scared of these things. Replicate the actions of great men like Shivaji, Krishna. He gave a lot of such examples, instigating articles. I told you, Tilak was a man of action. So he was advocating militancy in 1890s. So that is the reason extremists are called as militant nationalists. He was advocating militancy in 1890s. So with age and experience, it changed into extremist in 1900s. A lot of transformations you will see about Tilak. Okay. So now Tilak wrote articles. Rand was assassinated. Chapekar brothers were arrested. But Britishers, they looked at the case holistically. Who inspired them? Tilak. So what they did? They arrested Tilak. The judge told him, apologize for what you wrote in the newspaper. Tilak told, I won't. Tilak told, I won't apologize. So he was jailed. The sentence was for 18 months, but he was jailed for 3 years. It continued. Okay. And when Tilak was jailed, his followers wanted INC to pass the resolution demanding the release of Tilak. But INC is dominated by whom? Moderates. 1995, what happened? Ranade and Gokhale fired from their own organization. Will they pass the resolution now demanding the release of Tilak? No, they did not pass. Tilak was hurt. When I am in jail, you people continued to enjoy. Did not pass one single resolution for my release. Tilak was not happy. And in 1905, the moment of cooperation came when they realized the evil intent of the partition of Bengal. Both moderates and extremists decided to cooperate with each other. 1905, write down, Banaras session, presided by whom? Gopal Krishna Gokhale. 1905, Banaras session, Gopal Krishna Gokhale. 2 resolutions were passed. First one, condemning the partition of Bengal. Second one, boycott. Boycott. It is a philosophy of whom? Moderates or extremists? But it is passed by whom? Moderates. So what does it indicate? Cooperation. Fine. So it was passed. Now in 1906, INC session was supposed to happen in Calcutta. Where is Swadeshi movement going on? Calcutta. So which is the epicenter of nationalistic activities? Calcutta. So this session assumed lot of importance, lots and lots of importance. Okay. So now at this point of time, Minto came as the viceroy. No? Minto called moderates for a meeting. Moderates went. Extremists told don't go, but moderates told, see, our philosophy, we believe in British. So there is nothing wrong in listening to them, what he has got to say. Curzon was a bad person, but Minto, we don't know yet. And we cannot judge a person. Let us meet him. We listen to his proposals. We will decide what he is doing, all these things. They went to meet him. Minto, he treated them well. And Minto himself told, see, I know you are not happy with partition of Bengal. You are not happy. So let me set up a committee to review the partition of Bengal. So moderates, gone. Without even asking, this person is understanding our Man Ki Baat. Second one, Minto continued. He told, so I see a lot of your demands were not fulfilled in the Act of 1892. You demanded for expansion, very less expansion. You demanded for more representation, not at all given. Budgetary powers not given. Election not introduced. I can see lot of your demands were not fulfilled, and now I am planning to bring a new set of reforms, and I am going to give whatever you demanded. I am going to satisfy it. I am going to fulfill it. What do you say? Moderates, tears of joy. Where were you all these days? Without even telling, you are understanding our Man Ki Baat and you are trying to fulfill it. So Minto immediately announced, I am going to set up a committee to suggest the reforms for the Act of 1909, and immediately announced the setting up of a committee called as Arundel Committee to suggest him the reforms for the Indian Council Act of 1909. Immediately set up. So moderates were like gone. They have never seen a person like him. Without even asking, he was understanding. So they asked Minto, boss, what do you want? What do you want? You are doing so much to us. Do you want something in return? Minto told, no. I just want your well-being and development of India. Moderates were completely gone. They asked, but still, if at all you need something, please let us know. Then Minto told, see, I don't want this. It is consider it as a request, not as a demand. Consider it as a request. See if it can be done. Moderates told, Ma ki kasam, we'll get it done. We'll get it done. Your request is our command. Say, boss, what do you want? See, request only. Whatever Swadeshi movement you are running, Swadeshi movement is going on now. Why did you start it? Moderates told, partition of Bengal. We are not happy with it, boss. Your Curzon, no, bad guy, he did it. So we are not happy with it. Therefore, we are starting. We are running Swadeshi movement. So Minto told, so you are not happy with partition of Bengal. We started Swadeshi movement. It's justified. When there is injustice, you are supposed to protest against it. But limit the Swadeshi movement to Bengal, no. See if can be done. See, I am not commanding you and all. Swadeshi movement is going on, fine, you have all the rights to do it, but see if it can be limited to Bengal. So now moderates told it will consider it as done, boss. We'll do it. They came out. They promised out of emotions, but after they came out, they came back to reality. Will extremists accept it? To limit the Swadeshi movement only to Bengal? They have bigger plans. They want to take national movement to every nook and corner of the country. They want to spread the concept of self-reliance. They want to spread the this national education. They have bigger plans. And moderates have accepted to limit it to Bengal. They have promised Minto. How to convince extremists? It is very difficult. But still, they went. Still they went. Extremists were waiting because they were curious to know what went between them. So extremists asked, Guru, what went? Moderates told, see, first thing, Minto is a very good person. Without even asking, he only announced that he is going to review the partition of Bengal and he is going to cancel it if need arises. Secondly, he only promised to fulfill all our demands. Legislative reforms and all we are demanded, no? So unfulfilled demands, he is going to fulfill it. He is going to set up a committee, immediately announced. Arundel committee set up. And extremists thought, did he ask you something in return? So moderates told, no, there was a request, no demand. What is it? They explained, see, whatever we started Swadeshi movement, the intent is successful. Fine. So let us limit it to Bengal. And moderates expected extremists to be very angry. They expected the fight to happen. But extremists celebrated. Extremists celebrated. Moderates were surprised. Have they gone mad or what? Then moderates asked extremists, why are you celebrating? Extremists told, see, Britishers, they are calling you for a meeting and without you asking, they are promising you the reforms. They are promising to review the partition of Bengal. Why? Because this Swadeshi movement is hurting them. Economically it is hurting them, politically it is hurting them. They are being troubled by Swadeshi movement. We did not know whatever we were doing, whether it is working or not. We were blindly doing something to make it successful, but we did not know whether it was actually hurting the Britishers or not. But now, when we listened to the Minto's request, we understood this Swadeshi movement is hurting them. So now it is a moment to celebrate, and we are going to intensify the Swadeshi movement, spread it to rest of India. This is a moment to celebrate, rejoice. We are going to spread it to rest of India. Moderates told no. Extremists told we will do. Now the session was coming, 1906, Calcutta session. Tilak told, I want to become the president. I want to become the president. And there was no leader in India who can match the popularity of Tilak. Mass leader. Nobody can match his popularity. Nobody can defeat him in the elections. There was no leader in INC who could do that. So Tilak told, I am going to contest. And moderates, they were speechless. If he contests, if he becomes the president, he is going to spread the Swadeshi movement to rest of India. Congress is going to slip out of their hands. Last time in 1895, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, what he did? Congress also will do the same thing. So Congress will slip out of our control, or we will slip out of Congress. Both are possibilities. Now they started scheming against Tilak. They called Dadabhai Naoroji. They told Dadabhai Naoroji, boss, we want you to become the president of INC for the last time. Dadabhai Naoroji told, already I have become twice. I have no intent. Let the newcomers become. Let new people become. We will give the chance to the youngsters. So moderates told, no boss, situation is very critical. We want you to become. And Dadabhai Naoroji, out of persuasion, he accepted. But he told one thing. Even if there is one person opposing my candidature, and even if there is one person who is ready to contest against me, I am going to withdraw my nomination and I will make him the president. Understood? So even if one person is interested to contest against me, I am not going to contest. Let him become the president. If there is no aspirants, then I am going to become the president. Because I want to give chance to the youngsters. Now moderates were stuck again. They went and told Tilak, Guru, Dadabhai Naoroji wants to become the president, it seems. Tilak told, Guru versus Shishya, will contest. Let him contest, I will also contest against him. Let there be fair fight between Guru versus Shishya. Then, what was Dadabhai Naoroji's condition? Nobody should contest. If anyone contests, we will make him the president. But Tilak is not ready. So they convinced him. See, Dadabhai Naoroji, grand old man of India, such a great person. Last election, last time he is going to become the president. Do you want to spoil it also? Tilak, have some respect, man. Tilak told, see, but I have designed lot of plans. I want to do lot of things as the president. I have prepared resolutions, lot of things I have prepared. So what to do about all those things? Maharaj told, don't worry. Don't worry at all. We will tell Dadabhai Naoroji to implement all your plan. And now Tilak became smarter. Because this is something suspicious. If moderates are so kind-hearted, they would have told Tilak, okay, you become the president. But they are telling, we will tell Dadabhai Naoroji to implement all your plans. Tilak became suspicious. So moderates told, they asked, give us your plan. Tilak told, my plan is very simple. This is just 4 resolutions I was to pass, and 4 resolutions consisting of just 5 words. Then moderates told, okay, we will pass it, give it. Tilak told, I am just drafting it. On the day of the session, I will give. So the session started. Dadabhai Naoroji was elected unanimously as the president of INC, 1906 Calcutta session. Last day of the session, presidential speech. 1906 Calcutta session, Dadabhai Naoroji. I already written it. Last day of the session, presidential speech. President will outline his plan, his vision, his goals, his ambitions, what he wants to do as the president. He will outline all those things. Now Dadabhai Naoroji was delivering the speech. Tilak raised his hand. He showed a chit. Resolutions. Pass it. Small chit it was. Moderates were, they were like ignorant. Small chit, what will be there? They passed it to Dadabhai Naoroji. They told, boss, you have to read it and you have to say, this is the goal of INC. For next 1 year, this is my goal and objective. So Dadabhai Naoroji opened the chit. First resolution, boycott. Like, hey, lifelong moderate. In the last session, you are asking me to say the word boycott. First resolution, boycott. Second one, national education. Being the product of English education, you are making me say promotion to national education. Third resolution, Swadeshi, means promotion to indigenous goods and industries. Boycott, national education, Swadeshi. The moment you looked at the last resolution, Dadabhai Naoroji almost gone. Swaraj. Swaraj. A lifelong moderate made to say the word Swaraj. 4 small resolutions only, but 4 bombs. So 4 resolutions, you have to write it down. There is no 5th resolution. There is no 5th resolution. Okay? Swaraj, Swadeshi, national education and boycott. Swaraj, Swadeshi, national education and boycott. UPSC can give you the 5th statement. So they condemned the partition of Bengal. Which of the following resolutions were passed in 1906? They can give you one extra statement. Swaraj, Swadeshi, national education, boycott. 5th one they can give, condemning the partition of Bengal. So what do we think? Swadeshi movement, condemning might be done. What's wrong in condemning? It has to be condemned, emotional. Put it as right. All 5 are correct. Ultimately what happens? Minus 2.66. You became a historian. You tried to rewrite history. Something that was not condemned out of emotions, you included it in history. When you become the author, that is going to be a problem. Assumptions. It hurts. Okay? 1906 session, Dadabhai Naoroji, 4 resolutions passed. And now, this session happened. Now 1907 session came. 1907. It was supposed to happen in Nagpur of central provinces. Tilak told, I am going to become the president. I am contesting. Last time Dadabhai Naoroji came, out of respect I gave it up for him. This time I am going to contest. No matter what happens, I am going to contest. Moderates started looking for candidates. No candidate who can defeat or match Tilak's level of popularity. They told Gokhale, you only contest. Gokhale told, hey. They told Firoz Shah Mehta. Nobody could match the Tilak's popularity and all. Unmatchable. Mass leader of India. The first great mass leader of India. So they have almost given up. It is then Firoz Shah Mehta came up with a master plan. There was a clause in the constitution of INC. If session happens in your home province, you are not supposed to become its president. If session happens in your home province, you are not supposed to become its president. So the session is happening in Nagpur of central provinces. Tilak belongs to which province? Bombay province, Surat. So what they did, they secretly shifted the session from Nagpur to Surat. If session happens in Bombay province, Tilak belongs to Bombay province. Can he contest? No. Tilak is automatically disqualified. So they conducted the session in his hometown where he cannot become the president. To humiliate him in front of his own hometown crowd. That was the idea, that was the objective. Secretly shifted. And now session started. This was the mass session. Thousands of people came to listen to Tilak, to see Tilak, their hometown hero. Fine. Thousands of people came. And during this session there was severe neglect of extremist leaders. Nobody was called onto the stage, nobody was allowed to address the masses. Severe neglect. Moderates had become overconfident. Whatever we do, we'll be able to dominate Congress. Okay? They had become overconfident, they disrespected the extremist leaders. And on the last day of session, Firoz Shah Mehta was giving the speech. Who was the president of this session, Surat session? Rash Bihari Ghosh, not Bose, is a moderate leader. Fine. Not only 1907 session, he also presided the 1908 session. Rash Bihari Ghosh. He was elected as the president. Tilak could not even contest, no. Home province, he cannot contest. So Rash Bihari Ghosh, a very less known leader, was elected as the president. So he was under the control of Firoz Shah Mehta and Gokhale. So kind of under their control. They made him as the president. So Rash Bihari Ghosh became the president. And last day of the session, masses had gathered to listen to Tilak. Firoz Shah Mehta was giving boring English speech. Masses were bored. Guru, what is this? He is speaking in a language which we can't understand. We have come here to see Tilak. And Tilak is nowhere to be seen. Tilak is not allowed to address the masses. What is this? Injustice. So when Firoz Shah Mehta was speaking, masses started chanting Tilak, Tilak, Tilak. Firoz Shah Mehta got irritated. Out of that irritation and anger, he did a blunder. He asked, who is Tilak? You go to Surat, hometown of Tilak, in front of the Tilak's followers who has gathered to listen to his speech, who is eagerly chanting Tilak's name, you ask them who is Tilak. Any person with common sense will not do this. But he did it. So masses, they went out of control. They started hurling whatever they get. They started destroying. They started hurling their footwears also. Chappals, footwears, they started hurling. And unfortunately, one of the footwear did not miss its target. Firoz Shah Mehta, headshot. Even Surendranath Banerjee was on the dais, he was also hit. At that moment, Firoz Shah Mehta thought, Tilak deliberately brought his followers to the session to humiliate us. Those are Tilak's followers, sent by Tilak to humiliate us in public. And that is when Gokhale told, this enough is enough. 1895, revenge. He was waiting. 12 years later, He got an opportunity. 1907 December, Surat session. They called Tilak, they told, we are going to fire you and all your followers from INC because of the unruly behavior that you showcased during Surat session. So, extremist leaders were sent out of INC, and this is the opportunity Britishers were waiting for. So, who engineered this split between moderates and extremists? British. Minto, he told no, limit it to Bengal. That is what created a more rift between them. Moderates wanted to limit it to Bengal, extremists wanted to spread it. Therefore, whoever becomes the president of INC will decide whether to limit it or to spread it. Therefore, extremists wanted to become the president so desperately. Moderates wanted to stop them desperately. This is what led to clash between them, Surat split. So it happened. And this was the moment of opportunity Britishers were waiting for. And this is where they initiated a policy called as policy of carrot and stick. Policy of carrot and stick. What is carrot? As I told you, review Partition of Bengal, Arundale Committee. Carrot means it was to moderates, it's like chocolates. Fine. It was to moderates. Fine. And stick, it is to extremists. See, imagine there are two kids. You will give chocolates. One kid will accept the chocolate, he will keep quiet. So, another kid, he will throw the chocolate onto your face, keep crying. What will you do? Stick. So, what was the stick? Newspaper Act, Criminal Law Amendment Act. Fine. Seditious Meetings Act. Indian Press Act. This was in 1907, this was in 1908, this was in 1908. Indian Press Act 1910. So details of all these laws will come to you in the form of handout. Okay. So now you can easily understand the intent of this laws. Who will conduct mass meetings and give speeches against the Britishers? Moderates or extremists? Extremists. Who will write ferocious articles against the Britishers in the newspapers? Extremists. Understood? Who will organize the masses? Who will organize the boycott of the British goods? Extremists. So these laws are designed to target whom? Extremists. So extremists were suppressed. Tilak was sent to Mandalay jail for 6 years. He was sent out of India. Bipin Chandra Pal arrested. Bipin Chandra Pal retired from the active politics. He was arrested. He spent a small time in jail and he retired from active politics. Lala Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh, they were also arrested. After release, they went out of India. Lala Lajpat Rai went to USA. Ajit Singh went to Germany. Arvindo Ghosh retired from the politics only. He became a spiritual person. He became a sannyasi. You know about this Aro Villeno? Pondicherry. He became a sannyasi. He left nationalism. Fine. So, extremists were gone. V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, he was also a very famous this extremist leader. He was also arrested. So, all the extremists were suppressed. So, national movement came to a standstill. No mass movement, no activity. Moderates started dominating INC again. And nationalism lost its momentum. Swadeshi movement ended on its own after Surat split. Okay. So, this was the case. And now, Minto had promised to moderates, I will fulfill all your demands. As a response to that, Act of 1909 came. Minto had also promised Nawab Salimullah and Aga Khan that I am going to protect your interests. Therefore, separate communal electorate. Understood? Act of 1909. It did not come out of isolation. It came out as a response of promise of Minto to moderates and also to Nawab Salimullah and Aga Khan. Okay. So this was the case. Act of 1909. We already know it. So that was the next step in their divide and rule policy. First step was Partition of Bengal. Second step was creation of Muslim League. Third step was Act of 1909. Okay. Now national movement entered into a standstill. Moderates were not interested in mass movement and all. Lot of youths had joined the national movement with the aim of achieving independence. They were attracted by the philosophy of 3S. 3S. What is 3S? Swaraj, sacrifice and service to the nation. Swaraj, sacrifice and service to the nation. See, a lot of youth, they had left their families, they had left everything they had entered into national movement with the sole objective of achieving Swaraj. They were ready to go to any extent, they were ready to make any sacrifice for serving the nation. Swaraj, sacrifice and service to the nation. A lot of youth had entered. And now, extremists were gone. These youth went to moderates for leadership. Will moderates provide them the leadership? No. Moderates were not interested. Like, go away. Go join some job, serve the British Empire. But these youth were not interested. They had come to achieve Swaraj. They have tall objectives, they have goals, they have dreams, but nobody to lead them in the right direction. They are ready to do anything, they are ready to go to any extent, but nobody to lead them. And at this point of time, a clear vacuum was created, leadership vacuum. And this is when the first phase of revolutionaries starts, 1908. End of mass movement, that is Swadeshi movement, and suppression of extremists. Leadership vacuum. These enthusiastic youth were recruited by the revolutionaries, revolutionary organizations. And this is where we can see the clear beginning of revolutionary activities in India, first phase of revolutionaries. Okay. So these activities will go on in a large scale till 1915. So after Ghadar movement, most of the revolutionary activities were suppressed. We will come to it, the revolutionary activities, first phase and first phase, second phase, we will cover it together. For now, just we will continue with the national movement. Now, national movement came to a standstill, Congress became a dead organization, vacuum was created, revolutionaries were resisting the Britishers. But whenever there is violence, will masses join? No. Revolutionaries did not get the support of the masses. Therefore, their revolutionary efforts had a lot of limitations. There were only few youth, hundreds of youth who were resisting the Britishers, whereas crores of people, they stayed out of this movement. Can that revolution be successful? No. For revolution to be successful, it needs to get the support of the masses. French Revolution, American Revolution, Russian Revolution, whichever revolution you see, it is successful only with the support of masses. But in India, few hundred people, can they do? No, not at all possible. So, though they had tall objectives of liberating India from the Britishers, they failed to achieve their objectives, but they resisted the Britishers. Fine, this is one thing. And in such moment, in the year 1914, Tilak was released from jail. 6 years of darkness. Now our sun came back in the form of Tilak. But Tilak is released. It doesn't mean he cannot be arrested again. So has to be very careful not to alarm the Britishers. If he comes out of jail and straight away tries to start a mass movement, Britishers will suppress him again, will jail him again. And 1914 to 1918, First World War, Britishers will be in a super aggressive mode. They will be very aggressive. So if you try to do anything against them, they will arrest you. If Tilak is gone, national movement is gone. He is our only hope. No other extremist leaders are there. Moderates are not taking any interest. He is our only hope. Tilak is gone, everything is gone. So Tilak came back. That was a moment of respite for us. But Tilak has to stay. Tilak has to be very cautious. So if he behaves like how he used to behave earlier, Britishers will arrest him. And if he is gone, everything is gone. So Tilak has to be very cautious. So now, First World War had started. Now the media, the press people, they asked Tilak, are you going to support the Britishers in the First World War, British war efforts in the First World War? Tilak told, yes. Yes. Fine. So write it down. What's the time?
3:20.
3:15. Another 40 minutes. You want a break?
Yes, sir. So one week.
You want break? Another 30-40 minutes will finish only.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Finish it, sir.
Is it not interesting?
Yes, sir. Sir, finish it.
Finish it off. We will go up to 1920, that's all. Another 40-45 minutes we will go up to 1920. We will end it. Tomorrow full Gandhi. Non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement. And tomorrow we will also be meeting with the revolutionaries. Tomorrow, like, my target is to go up to 1940. Tomorrow. 1940s will be very important, no? Lots and lots of developments. So again, this August offer, Cripps mission, Wavell plan, cabinet mission, I have to give you a comparison. I have to show you the similarities. I have to show you how to remember it organically. That will take a lot of time. See, in the beginning, what took a lot of time? These constitutional developments. That will take a lot of time. Sovereign independence, and those things are important. Things that happened in 1940s. It has been asked in mains once also, prelims many a times. Last year also there was a question on Cripps mission. So it is a possibility. Out of these 4 developments, one can be a potential question. And in these constitutional developments that we discuss, there can be 1 or 2 questions for sure. So these are the marks fetching areas that we are discussing. Okay. So Swadeshi movement is one very important area for UPSC. Fine, there has been prelims questions also, mains question also on Swadeshi movement. Curzon one main question, like 15 marker was asked on Curzon. Fine. So they can ask you match the following: Education Committee, Rayleigh, police reforms, Fraser, Railway Committee, Robertson. They can ask you to match, they can jumble it, they can ask you to match. Which of the following are correctly matched? You should know it absolutely to mark it. Only one matched, only 2 matched. So how do you know it? You have to know it for sure. I have to discuss all these things. Okay. So now it is not just about knowing. You cannot eliminate anything without knowing. You have to know it for sure. It is not just knowing, you have to know it for sure. Obviously, that is the reason. It will take some time to cover all these things. Okay. And in last class there are some factual things left. These reforms and all, factual things. See, there is nothing to explain about the reforms and all. Fine. So I cannot explain like who is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, why he became a reformer. So those things has to be studied. I have prepared a handout, it is in tabular form. I have underlined the most important things. So you can refer to it. I can tell you like which reformer or which organization. I can tell you these areas are important, these reformers are important, these organizations are important. So these questions might come. So pay extra attention to it. I can help you in prioritizing. Fine. So that is what we can do in the last class. Okay. So if you have any like what were 3 S's? I told you, no. Swaraj, service to the nation and sacrifice. 3 S. So, what about handouts? Oh. Comments will be flooded. You gave the promise. Now you are cheating. Cheaters have no place in the land of Lord Rama. Go to Pakistan.
There was a question I wanted to ask, may I?
Please.
Sir, what about the nationalist imaginings of Mata as the nation, right? Sir, also talk about the sisterhood of various reasons. So, may I know who coined this, like, what the sisterhood imaginings of various nations?
So it was collective thought, it was not just an individual thought, it was a collective thought. Moderates and extremists together.
I have not learned about the system, so I was intrigued by it.
So obviously there are a lot of things that we don't know.
I've done some reading, so I think that maybe who and
Okay. So it is a collective thought, but not not exactly given by one person. It is a collective thought. And see, looking at India as a mother, so the earth as a mother, it originates from our traditions only, Vedas and all. So that was already existent. Now they tried to use it to propagate and expand the reach of nationalism. So it was already a pre-existing thought. They did not create it. They just utilized it to arouse the emotions and bring more people into the national movement. So this was done by extremists.
It could be one of the reasons that most of the resources come from agriculture only. That's why we rest with the land.
So like ancient and medieval, not my area. Let me continue please. Okay. So okay. What was I telling? Tilak came back. Okay. So Tilak supported British war efforts during the First World War. Tilak supported British war efforts during the First World War. It was a conditional support. It was a conditional support. Full stop. Whereas moderates supported British. Moderates supported British as a matter of duty unconditionally. Moderates supported British as a matter of duty unconditionally. Okay? Matter of duty unconditionally. Tilak conditional support. We will support you now. In return for our support, you should give us this. So what he was demanding? That is our next moment. Home rule, self rule. Okay? So,
Sir, Tilak supported the war in what sense?
see, he told supported means Britishers will be recruiting the Indian soldiers and all, no? And at the same time there should not be any mass movement against the Britishers in India. We should not create any problems. So for that we will keep quiet. We will support your war efforts. Whenever you impose some additional taxation, wartime taxation and all, we will pay it. But in return for all our support, we will help you to recruit our youth. We will keep quiet. We will pay the additional taxation also. But in return for all this support, you should give us self-rule after the war is over. Home rule, self-rule all means the same. Swaraj, self-rule, home rule, Swaraj all means the same. Okay. So in April 1916, he started Home Rule League. April 1916, he started Home Rule League from Belgaum in Karnataka. From Belgaum in Karnataka. And there was one more leader for this Home Rule League. Who was it? Annie Besant. Started it from September 1916. September 1916 from Madras region. From Madras. Adyar near Madras. Annie Besant started it from Madras. September 1916. Full stop. She was assisted by S. Subramanya Iyer, BP Wadia and George Arundale. See, Arundel and Arundale, they are not same. In previous topic I told Arundel committee. Arundel and Arundale are not same. You know who is George Arundale? At least you will know his wife, Rukmini Devi Arundale. Kalakshetra, revival of classical dances. Yes. So, and she was an animal activist also. Animal Welfare Board of India, animal activist. So, know about Rukmini Devi Arundale. Okay. S. Subramanya Iyer, B.P. Wadia, and George Arundale. George Arundale. And from George Arundale we derived Rukmini Devi Arundale. She was the first Indian woman, first woman to be nominated as the member of Rajya Sabha. First woman to be nominated as the member of Rajya Sabha. She was a woman, they were animal rights activist also. She had set up Animal Welfare Board of India. Later it got the statutory status. And she had set up Kalakshetra, which played a very prominent role in reviving many art forms, the classical dances, Kuchipudi, Odissi, Bharatanatyam, all those things. Okay, Rukmini Devi Arundale. And there was one more lady, Yamini Krishnamurthy. Yamini Krishnamurthy. Know about her also, Yamini Krishnamurthy. They are very important from art and culture perspective. Rukmini Devi Arundale and Yamini Krishnamurthy. Know about both of them. Okay. So, okay. They were assisted by these three people. And see now, there are certain things which you should know about HRL. Firstly, the objectives. First one, self-rule or home rule under British. Self-rule or home rule under British. Not complete independence. India will be under the control of Britishers only, but Indians will rule India. Viceroy will be an Indian, governors will be Indian, members of Viceroy's Executive Council will be Indians, but India will be the colony of Britishers. India will remain the colony, but India will be ruled by Indians. That is what we call as self-rule under British. Not complete independence. Self-rule under British. First objective. Second one. See, that's what I told. Swaraj has got different interpretations. According to Aurobindo Ghosh, Swaraj means complete independence. According to Tilak, Swaraj means self-rule under British. It has got different meanings. Different leaders talk about Swaraj as different things. There is no one official definition of Swaraj. INC only gave it in 1931. That's what I made you write yesterday. The first official definition of Swaraj given by INC during 1931 Karachi session. Till now, Swaraj is a like abstract thing, man. For me, Swaraj is something. For you, Swaraj is something. Understood? According to Ghosh, it was complete independence. According to Tilak, it was self-rule under British. Like that. It differed. The interpretations differed. Okay? So, the second thing, formation of linguistic provinces and promotion to vernacular education. Formation of linguistic provinces and promotion to vernacular education. Next one. Greater association of Indians in administration. Greater share or greater association of Indians in administration. Fine. So, Indianization of Indian administration, that is what he demanded. Okay. There should be more and more Indians in ICS, in Viceroy's Executive Council, in Governor's Executive Council. More and more Indians should be associated. So, Tilak demanded these three things. Annie Besant also had similar set of demands. Okay. So, write down the features. Features. So, I gave you the context before telling why Tilak took that stance. Swaraj means self-rule under British. It was the necessity of the time. If Tilak demands complete independence, will Britishers let him survive? And if Tilak is gone, what will happen to the national movement? Understood? So it was a necessity of the time, man. So with change in time, things also have to change. A person also has to change, right? So Tilak in 1910s was more like a moderate. 1900s he was an extremist. 1890s he was a militant nationalist. With age and experience, lot of things change. Fine. When you come to Delhi, during the first attempt, what we used to think? First attempt? Home cadre, All India rank 1, top 10. Second attempt, IPS is also fine. Third attempt, IRS is also fine. Fourth attempt, any service is fine. Fifth attempt, fine. Even state service is also fine. So age and experience changes lot of things. So it was a compulsion, it was a necessary for Tilak to change, or else he would have been arrested. So he had to. There was no other choice for him. Fine. And then features. First feature is territorial differences. Territorial differences. Okay. So Tilak had Bombay province except Bombay city. Tilak had Bombay province in bracket except Bombay city, comma central provinces. Bombay province except Bombay city, central provinces, Berar region, B-E-R-A-R, Berar region, comma, parts of Karnataka. Fine. So he was running HRL in these areas. Univescent and univescent, later version of HRL. In rest of India including Bombay city. Rest of India including Bombay city. Okay. Fine. See why they are running two different versions of the same movement. Why they did not join hands, why they did not club it together. Why Tilak was running in different areas, Univescent was running in different areas. They could have run it together, no?
Supported by moderates.
Yes. So listen. Now the intent is to mobilize as much people as possible. If Tilak launches, it will be supported by extremist elements, youth, etc. And moderates, Muslims, Christians, they don't support Tilak. They don't support Tilak. But you need their support also to make this movement successful, to build more pressure on Britishers to accept the demand of self-rule. Therefore, Univescent, she kept her movement separate because her support base is different. Tilak supporters plus Univescent supporters together will make the movement successful. But if they join hands together, moderates will not support, Muslims will not support, Christians will not support, so they lose the support base. Therefore, they kept it separate. They kept it separate purposefully. And do you think there was any clashes between the followers? Followers of Tilak and Univescent? Clashes, fights. Two different persons, two different backgrounds. Univescent running her version of HRL in area larger than Tilak. Right on. There were no clashes. No clashes between their followers. There were no clashes between their followers. Next line. Tilak's version of HRL had more followers. Tilak's version of HRL had more followers. But Univescent's version of HRL had more branches. Univescent's version of HRL had more branches, but Tilak's version was more popular. It had more supporters or followers. Fine. So this was the case. Because look at the geographical extent. Univescent is running in rest of India. Tilak is focusing only on a small region. Okay. Second one, this is the first feature, territorial differences. Second one, national movement reached the rural areas. National movement reached the rural areas, towns and the rural areas. Towns and the rural areas. Okay. So that was the intent. Tilak limited himself to certain region. He wanted to take the national movement to the rural areas. He was focusing on a specific region so that he can take it to the rural areas. Because Swadeshi movement and all, that was the limitation. It was limited mostly to urban areas. Limited mostly to the urban areas. So Tilak understood the limitation. And third point, write down. It was a secular movement. It was a secular movement with no religious references. With no religious references. Tilak did not refer to Shivaji festival, Ganesha festival, nothing. He kept it completely secular because he had learned from his past mistakes. Swadeshi movement, that was the first movement. There was no example to look for. They were doing it. To bring masses, they used religious things, emotional things, everything. But it was exploited by the Britishers. What did Curzon say to Nawab Salimullah? Yes, that kept the Muslims away from the national movement. So Tilak understood, okay, if I use the religious references, it can be exploited. So I'll keep away from it. Okay. And during this moment, write down, during this moment, Tilak strongly condemned the practice of untouchability. Strongly condemned the practice of untouchability. Next point, entry of large scale youth. Entry of large scale youth. How? All of a sudden?
So they got the leader back and revolution is also captured.
No. Imagine you joined national school as a first standard kid in 1906. Now it is 1916. You will be in your youthful stage. 16-year-old now. What kind of education do you get in national school and college? Nationalistic. Who will be your hero? Tilak. Understood? His sacrifices, his struggle will be an inspiration to you. Now your leader is out there running some movement. You finished your schooling in a nationalistic setup. Will you not join him? Yes, obviously. So, and also there was entry of leaders like Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, G.B. Pant, etc. All of them joined the national movement during HRL. All of them joined the national movement during HRL. Fine. So, don't worry, it's for my reference. I usually forget. That's the reason. So now, it was going on very successfully. It was going on very successfully. When Tilak started it, people started participating, they responded, and that got back Tilak's confidence. Now when it was gaining more and more popularity, Britishers, they wanted to suppress it. They wanted to suppress it. So please write down. Again, carrot and stick policy. Carrot and stick policy. Okay. So now there was something called as August Declaration by Montagu, Secretary of State. August Declaration by Montagu in 1917. See, in August Declaration they promised three things: self-governing institutions, self-governing institutions, it means self-rule. Secondly, greater association of Indians, and responsible government in India. Responsible government in India. Secondly, see, British has told we are going to implement all these things in Act of 1919. We are going to bring one more set of reforms, and all the demands that were not fulfilled in 1909 will be fulfilled in 1919. Fine. So, and lastly, to showcase their intent, they also set up Southborough Committee, Franchisee Committee, Franchisee Committee, Southborough Committee or Franchisee Committee. Okay. And in between, you have to write down few points. The negotiations for re-entry of extremists into INC, negotiations for re-entry of extremists into INC was started by Annie Besant in 1915. But Gokhale and Mehta strongly opposed it. Okay. In 1916, during the Lucknow session, there was Lucknow Pact. And what are the features of the Lucknow Pact? First thing, moderate extremist unity. Extremists were readmitted into INC. Moderate extremist unity. Second thing, INC Muslim League Pact. PACT. They decided to cooperate with each other in the national movement. Third thing, INC accepted separate electorates. Okay. INC Muslim League Pact and INC accepted separate electorates. Okay. So these things were there, and this was a shock to British. All their enemies getting united. Moderates and extremists, they are coming together. INC and Muslim League. See, 1904, Indian Universities Act. How much money did he give for universities, Curzon? 5 lakh rupees. How much money did they give for Muslim League? 14 lakh rupees. So they have spent so much of energy, resources, efforts in keeping Hindus and Muslims away from each other, and now they are joining hands. Will it be digestible for the Britishers? No. They have to do something. So what they will do? Carrot and stick. Try to divide them. Understood? This was a shocker. And who was the president of Lucknow session? 1916. Ambika Charan Majumdar. AC Majumdar. Or Ambika Charan Majumdar. Who was the president of 1917? Annie Besant. First woman to preside INC, not the Indian. Annie Besant, 1917, Calcutta. Okay. Fine. And now, Britishers, they wanted to suppress this because this was taking unexpected forms. This was going on in an unexpected way. They did not estimate that this would gain so much of popularity, then all the people would get united. So they wanted to suppress it. So therefore, carrot and stick policy. They called moderates. They told, if you stay away from extremists, I am going to give you all these things. See, I will do all these things. So moderates stayed away from HRL. Once Britishers gave all these assurances, no, they stayed away from HRL. And there are a lot of moderates who did not believe in Britishers now because they had learned from their mistakes, especially Annie Besant. So what they did? Stick. First thing, Defence of India Act 1915. Defence of India Act 1915. Even foreigners in India can be arrested as per this. Even the Europeans in India can be arrested. Okay. This act was imposed to suppress the nationalistic activity during the First World War. So again, the features of it will come to in the form of handout. Okay. Second one, house arrest of Annie Besant. House arrest of Annie Besant. She was kept under house arrest. Okay. And when she was in 1917, she was kept under house arrest. And when she was in house arrest, August Declaration came. Fine. Later she was released. And after release, she had a sudden change of heart and mind. She started supporting Britishers. She told the Britishers, they are giving August Declaration. See, what is there in August Declaration? First thing, self-governing institutions. Second thing, greater association of Indians. Third thing, responsible governments. So why did we start HRL? Self-rule, greater representation and linguistic provinces and vernacular education. So all our demands fulfilled? No. All our demands fulfilled. Then why I have to run this movement? We'll stop this HRL, we'll support Britishers. Tilak told, no. You stop, ma'am, but I am not going to stop. By now, Tilak had regained his old confidence. What Britishers can do? Regained his old confidence. He did not budge. So Britishers, they arrested him again. And when Tilak was gone, it was a moment of sadness for entire India. Because HRL will also vanish. And on top of getting arrested, Tilak did one more mistake. He hired the same lawyer who failed to defend him in 1908. And that lawyer was Muhammad Ali Jinnah. And this time, I told you, with age and experience, a lot of things change. Jinnah successfully defended Tilak. Tilak was supposed to be imprisoned for 6 years, but Tilak was released. And as soon as Tilak was released, unstoppable. Unstoppable he was. Because they arrested him, released now. So Tilak started using that as a weapon. He told, HRL is legal. HRL is legal. It has got the sanction of the courts. Masses asked, how? Tilak told, why was I arrested? Because I was running HRL. If HRL was illegal, I would have been jailed. Now I am released. What does it mean? HRL is legal. So all of you can participate in HRL without fear of any punishment. Come on. Now participation increased. Britishers were like, what is this guy? They had not expected this. Tilak getting released as a weapon to popularize HRL. Britishers could not tolerate it. And at the same time, I forgot 2 or 3 facts, please write down. That's the reason I wrote indications to myself. There are 2 facts. So Muhammad Ali Jinnah played a prominent role. In uniting INC and Muslim League. And Sarojini Naidu called Jinnah as the ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity. Later she regretted, that's a different story. But in 1916, since he played a prominent role bringing them together, she told Jinnah as the ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity. Fine. Ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity. In 1915, also continue, in 1915, Jinnah was the member of both INC and Muslim League. Jinnah was the member of both INC and Muslim League. He negotiated with both the leaders to bring them together. Okay. So, and there are reasons why Muslim League joined hands with INC. First thing, Partition of Bengal was cancelled. So, what did Minto and Curzon say to Muslim masses? Partition of Bengal is done to protect the Muslim peasants from the exploitation of Hindu zamindars. Now it was cancelled. So Muslims felt betrayed. Bro, you did it to help us now. Now why are you cancelling it? Muslim masses were hurt. Second reason. So the Muslim masses of India, they had an emotional connect, a religious connect with Turkey. The ruler of Turkey was called as Khalifa. He was the religious leader of all Muslims across the world. He was not only the ruler of Turkey, but he was also regarded as religious leader of all Muslims across the world. So Turkey was attacked by Italy in 1912, Balkan states, and in all these circumstances, the Muslim masses requested Britishers support Khalifa. He is being attacked, he is being targeted, but Britishers did not respond. Muslim masses were hurt. And in 1914, Turkey entered into war against the Britishers. Turkey entered into First World War against the Britishers. So obviously, Britishers will not spare any thoughts for Khalifa. And when Turkey entered into war against the Britishers, the Muslim leaders in India, they started criticizing the Britishers more and more, especially the younger Muslim leaders. There was Ali brothers, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, and there was Asrat Mohani. All these leaders, they started criticizing the Britishers. And if you criticize Britishers, will they spare you? Especially during the war. There is Defence of India Act. Any article against the Britishers are also not welcome. So now these young Muslim leaders, they are criticizing. So what will Britishers do? Arrested them, suppress their presses, confiscate their assets. So that made Muslim leaders even more angrier against the Britishers. Out of this anger, they joined hands with INC. Enemy of an enemy is a friend. Understood? So that logic, they joined hands with INC to teach a lesson to Britishers. Okay? And now Tilak was released again. HRL became even more popular. But the thing was, Tilak was distracted due to Valentino Chirol episode. So Valentino Chirol was a British journalist who wrote a book called as Indian Unrest. There he referred and defamed Tilak as father of Indian unrest. Tilak went to fight a defamation case against him to England. He kept on travelling between India and England frequently. He could not completely focus on HRL. Annie Besant already withdrew the support. So Tilak was the only leader. Tilak was our only hope, but Tilak was distracted. So without Tilak, this movement cannot go on effectively. So HRL started fading away. HRL started fading away. Okay? And write down another few points. So there were communal clashes even during HRL. Write down. There were communal clashes even during HRL. What does it indicate? See, INC Muslim League unity is there, no? But still, why there were communal clashes? Because, write down, INC Muslim League unity is the unity of the leaders and not the masses. It is the unity of the leaders and not the masses. Masses did not accept that unity. It was only the friendship of the leaders, not the common people. At the ground level, they continue to fight. Okay? And HRL was not supported by the depressed classes and the minorities. Depressed classes and the minorities. Fine. Next point, Lala Lajpat Rai started HRL in USA in 1917 to support Indian HRL. Started HRL in USA in 1917 to support Indian HRL. Okay, he was in USA, no, there only to support his friend. He started HRL in USA, demanding self-rule for India. Don't ask me, sir, what's the use and all. Solidarity, showcasing the support, that's all, moral support. Okay, and then after the end of HRL, please write down. After the end of HRL, the members joined, members formed Swarajya Sabha. Members formed Swarajya Sabha. PYQ again. Okay? Swarajya Sabha. The members of HRL formed Swarajya Sabha. Fine. So next statement. Gandhi became the president of Swarajya Sabha in 1920. Gandhi became the president of Swarajya Sabha in 1920. Next point. Gandhi used the organization of HRL. Gandhi used the organization of HRL to spread his Rowlatt Satyagraha. He took the help of this organization to spread his Rowlatt Satyagraha. Gandhi used the organization of HRL to spread Rowlatt Satyagraha.
When did it establish Swarajya Sabha?
1919, 1920. Okay. Next one. Gandhi urged the Indian youth. Gandhi urged the Indian youth to join the British Indian Army in large numbers. Urged the Indian youth to join the British Indian Army in large numbers to support Britishers in the First World War, to support the British war efforts in the First World War, to support the British war efforts in the First World War. Fine. He urged Indian youth to join Indian Army, British Indian Army in large numbers. Why? Because he wanted them to fight for British Empire. Okay. So now let me ask you one simple question, last question. We will end up the session after this. Tomorrow we will start with the Gandhian movements. So Gandhian era, the Champaran, Kheda, Ahmedabad mill strike, Rowlatt Satyagraha, Rowlatt Act, NCM. We will go that way. Okay. First point. Now consider the following statements. Consider the following statements. First statement. After the end of HRL, its members formed Swarajya Sabha. After the end of HRL, its members formed Swarajya Sabha. Fine. Yes. I can ask not correct. Understood? Don't be in haste. Okay. Second thing. Gandhi took the help of the organization of Swarajya Sabha for his Rowlatt Satyagraha. For his Rowlatt Satyagraha. Gandhi joined HRL and he was made the president of Swarajya Sabha in 1920. Which of the following statements are correct? 1 and 2. What about third?
He didn't join that.
See, he became the president of Swarajya Sabha. What is Swarajya Sabha? Members of HRL. So what does it mean?
But he did not support it.
Write down the next point. Gandhi did not take up the membership of HRL. So without becoming the member of HRL, he became the president of Swarajya Sabha. So how can it happen? Logics don't apply to Gandhi. Gandhi can do anything. Fine. Understood? So without becoming a member of HRL, he can become the member of, we can become the president of Swarajya Sabha. Okay? So first two statements are correct. He did not join HRL. Okay? Let me add the fourth statement. Let me add the fourth statement. Fine? And just add it to your notes. See, Gandhi returned to India in 1915. He met his mentor, Gokhale. And Gokhale told him to join his organization to get the training and tour India. So which was the organization set up by Gokhale to train the volunteers for the service of the nation? Servants of India Society. Okay. So now the next statement. Gandhi joined Servants of India Society. Think.
Although he was his disciple, but he didn't.
Think. Gandhi joined Servants of India Society. Let's say consider this as the first statement. Second one, Gandhi attended the Lucknow session of INC
Yes, sir.
as a member of moderate faction. As a member of moderate faction or as a supporter of moderates. First statement, second statement.
Both wrong.
First statement correct.
No, sir.
Second statement,
Second is wrong.
second is wrong. First one, don't know. Write down. Gandhi did not join Servants of India Society. Although he was his disciple, Gokhale told him to join. Gandhi wanted to join, but the members told, don't come. You are not welcome. Because 1915 Gokhale passed away. After Gokhale passed away, Gandhi wanted to join it. If Gandhi joins it, who will become the president of that organization? Gandhi only. So members told, no. Enough. We'll take care of ourselves. Gandhi did not join Servants of India Society. Fine. Next point. He attended the Lucknow session of INC. He attended the Lucknow session of INC. Not as a member of any group. Not as a member of any group. He was not like member of extremists also, not the supporter of moderates also. Though his mentor is a moderate, he did not get himself identified with any group. That is what Gokhale told him. You are new here, do not join any group. First understand everything, then take a stance. So he took that. Okay. So fine. Okay. We'll wind up today's session. Tomorrow we'll start with Gandhian era. A lot of things to cover tomorrow also. We'll start. Okay. Thank you all.